Salute everybody. The streets are buzzing. Salute Divine.
Salute.
How are you?
Good. Salute CT. Salute to the chat. Salute to everybody checking us out. Where you checking it out from, man? Hope y'all, had a good night with, a little disappointing. We lost the game, but we're going to get into all that, man. But salute to everybody, though.
Yeah, facts. Salute to everyone. First and foremost for coming through after a bad loss. Appreciate you all. Geraldine, Canal, Knicks 100. Hey, we've got plenty to talk about tonight, so don't you worry. There'll be no topic out of bounds. We love all the passion, all your takes. I appreciate you, chat and Divine. Glad I got you with me. To keep us, keep us flowing tonight. A lot to talk about. So bad loss. New York Knicks lose a second game to Orlando on their home floor for this season. Lose 104-98 as well. Saw the whole game. Salute Will. Just a bad loss again. Divine. Inconsistency from this team. These losses are going to come back and definitely hurt us later in the season.
Yeah. Salute everybody. Salute to the chat. Salute CT. The streets are buzzing. Yeah, man. It was disappointing. Just disappointing, man. I don't know, what the way to say it. I ain't gonna, like I say, I ain't gonna jump with you, but disappointing. Real disappointing loss, man. Just from the standpoint what it could have did from a lot of perspectives. I know we get into it as we go along the show tonight, but just disappointing, man. 18 turnovers. Offense flow just not there. It's just tough right now. The ball moving is getting stagnant sometimes. So it's tough, man. You gotta give Orlando credit. They fought and scrapped. The young boys came to play tonight. They fought and scrapped, stayed in the game. And Terrence Ross hung in there, found a way to get a team win. And but our first unit just they got to get it together, man. It's tough right now. It makes it so bad on a night where Mitchell Robinson played well. Obi Toppin had a nice coming out little party, and Alex Burks had it popping. And it's the first unit again didn't come through for us. And that's what's disappointing, because it's not the whole team. It's a part of the team that's not really gelling CT and not doing what they're supposed to do, and it's making us take L, because that first unit just gotta get it together, man. Real talk.
Yeah, absolutely. How many games in a row now? And also, like losses like this, they pile up with when you continue to take teams for granted. I think we did that again tonight. Orlando just played hard. You heard Mike and Clyde on the broadcast. If you listen to MSG. Orlando just came out. They played hard. Give credit to them first foremost. They definitely didn't back down, and also I think the game was lost on the backcourt. Divine. Their guards just outplayed our guards. When you talk about starting guards, Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier, we'll break down the stats, the box score, and give out our grades tonight to everybody. No one's off the hook tonight, but the backcourt of Orlando was just better than our backcourt, I felt.
Yeah, facts, absolutely. Cole Anthony and Jalen Suggs, young boy showed some grit and fighting there. You know what I mean? And they did. They made it hard on them cats. And that's to me, it goes back to the energy. Them cats got a motor. You know what I mean? We just don't. I don't know what's going on with that motor. I'm disappointed with our motor, man. Just disappointed because it seems like we get stuck in half court ball movement on offense and a defense. It's like if the ball is stagnant, everybody's standing there like statues. And I just think that we got to find a way to get a rhythm to this offense. But I do also think that right now our shooting is terrible. If you look at our numbers, we probably will. We shooting terrible numbers from the three this year. I mean, I'm talking about in the last so many games, and and our 2-point field goal percentage is not high. That ball in the first unit is not moving, no assists. So it just overall, it was disappointing how hard that second unit, and even with the way Mitch played tonight. You know what I mean? But it seemed like it's all irrelevant because we lost.
Yep, and our bench almost did it again. Pulled us out of the hole. If it weren't for a couple bad turnovers, a couple missed shots down the very end of the game, Divine, we probably would have just scraped over the line and pulled this one out, I think. But tonight it wasn't to be. The bench could only do so much. Uncharacteristically, Derrick Rose, had that turnover, turned the ball over, but not just on him. Shout out Charlie King's point, 18 turnovers. Also defense. What defense? Tonight, they just didn't come out with that energy, I felt, Divine. They let them hang around. And I always knew when you let this team hang around, the young team, they've got belief. They've already won on this floor before. If you don't shut the door, put your foot on the throat, then this is likely to happen. Terrence Ross got off again a little bit. And then they're just a well-balanced team, Orlando. I think they're building something good there.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. And for was disappointing too about that. They are building a good thing down there, CT. That's why I said don't take them cats for granted. You know what I mean? They got players, they NBA players. You know what I mean? And they learn how to find a way but they're competitive though. You know what I mean? They go. They tried to go hard. You know what I mean? And they did, and they won. And you got to give Mobley, the coach, credit for that because he got them young boys playing aggressive. You know what I mean? And having fun out there and playing aggressive. And and if you don't have that energy, man, that's what's going to happen. The team with all the energy and all the passion and all them cats is going to be the ones going to be pulling away at the end because they into it. You know what I mean? And they really taking it hard, and we just not going hard, man. It just seems like we run around. If we ain't moving the ball, CT, we might be coming off a screen and just always jacking up shots. RJ went through the hole. I like the way he went through the hole tonight. I like that. You know what I mean? Because his 3-point shot is terrible right now, and it's tough, man. But we just got to keep fighting. I'm disappointed because we could have had that game tonight. Would have put us in a good place in the East. And a lot of teams that I talked about earlier on that thing that I thought was going to lose to help the Knicks, they lost. So that's what's so disappointing about it. Real talk.
It's just about the inconsistency, Divine and chat. Like we lose this. See, every team in the NBA is capable. I'm not really upset about losing to a particular team anymore. I'm just disappointed at a loss because we might lose tonight and then we go ahead and beat Chicago. You watch. We might go ahead and beat Miami and get that one back. But what frustrates me is you don't know what team to expect. You get a team like tonight, and then we might get a team that wins on the road against one of these Eastern heavyweights. So I'm like, well, what's happening? Just you can't continue like this with the starting lineup. I think like I predicted, or like I proposed, I think Evan Fournier would be nice off the bench. Maybe Alec Burks' performance tonight. Maybe you try all that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're gonna have to do something because you keep hoping that this kid is just gonna catch fire in a minute. You know what I mean? He's gonna get out of this. And in every game you think like a game tonight against your former team. You know what I mean? And they wasn't a dominant defensive team. They not, you know what I mean? That's why they are where they are, you know what I mean? But, you know, to come down there and not come through tonight like that, man, you know, he had the opportunity really, you know, to do that tonight, man. I don't see the energy from Fournier, you know what I mean, CT? I don't see, you know, I remember, you know, I seen like Fournier a couple of years ago where he would, you know, he was really into it, you know what I mean? And, you know, so I don't know what it is, but I hope we get it together. I hope Kimba and them get it together. He had 2 good games, but he didn't have a good game this 10 game right here. So the inconsistency, like you said, 1 minute, you know, one couple of games we do good, and the next game we go back to the, you know, so we got to fix the consistency shortly. But them 18 turnovers though, you know, that's a no-no. 18 turnovers is a no-no. So and you know, they got to weather the storm one way or the other, but they're disappointed, man. I really believe that.
Yeah, facts. And I believe Evan Fournier is useful. You know, he's got a skill. It's just not utilized in the starting lineup. He's better off the bench because when you got Kemba Walker, you got RJ, you got Randall, you got so many dudes that need to eat, Divine. And Evan Fournier's been used to being on a team where he's either the second or third guy or the first guy. You know, he gets plays run for him. He runs off screens, all of that. When you take away all that activity, you get a player like him that just looks like a Reggie Bullock, a spot-up shooter, catch and shoot. Not a lot of plays being ran for him. You know, it is a lot of freelancing offense right now. And I think, look, Alec Burks can at least, you know, be a spark plug, and then you put Evans' talent with the bench unit that can shoot and get more open looks, more up and down tempo the bench plays with. And I think Evan would get better looks off the bench, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. You're 100% right with that because they run too. So, you know, he's going to get a lot of trail threes, a lot of, you know, they move the ball. Derrick Rose them move the ball well. And them guys, one thing I can say about the first unit, the second unit, Derrick Rose is a willing passer. You know what I mean? Quickly a pass the ball. So they, you know, in the first unit, they're not all willing passers. You know, they try, but I don't think they are. You know, Randall by the most consistent assist player on the team. You know what I mean? And you know, that's why he get 5 or 6. But it's still, to me, it just like if because it's a jump shooting team right now. To me, we turned into a jump shooting team and makes it stagnant. You know what I mean? And so we need somebody like who could break it down and keep it moving. But hopefully, you know, I don't know what to say about Kemba. I don't know how, you know, it's up and down. You know what I mean? So I don't know. We can't, you know, rely on that the rest of the season all the way through 62 games. We have to get the best from him when we get the best from him. He might have an inconsistent year, I guess, you know, until they figure it all out. But they got to figure something out, CT, because I just think that you can't have effort from them guys like that, and your main players is not coming through, and your bench playing hard too. It'd be different if the bench was slacking. You know what I mean? Them cats going hard, keeping us in games, and our first unit they just laying eggs, man. That's what's disappointing about it, for real.
Yeah, for real, right? It's clear to me that the two lineups are so far apart that you need to blend the two. It's just the only solution right now. You got the bench bringing us in, and I know they're playing up against other bench lineups too. So I don't think the bench is completely the answer, and the starters all stink. But I just think they need a nice blend right now. And like you said, Evan Fournier is not an energy guy. Kemba Walker's not that player no more. 31 years old. He's a spark plug kind of guy. Either he's got it going and you ride him, or he doesn't got it going and you bring in IQ or someone else. Now, I appreciate Lex. Great comment. We'll touch on the G League and some news about Deuce McBride going back to the G League. He balled out tonight, which was great to see in his first G League. So some positives to come out of tonight around the league. We'll talk about some losses that helped us tonight. We'll talk about all of that. We'll grade our players. We'll open the panel. Also, Luka Samanic, the other two-way guy, Divine, put up 32 points. So, it's going to be interesting. You know, we've got a lot of options to look at now. And I'm glad we're taking these, not glad, but I'm glad these losses come early in the season and we can still build on some things. You know, we're still one game over 500. It stings right now. So let's talk about it. Salute Will. Who would I move into the starting lineup? I'd first probably look at IQ. I think IQ deserves that right now. he's a guard for the future. You know, Alec Burks, I like him, but he's a veteran journeyman. And Divine, I think you're only investing in the future if you put IQ in the starting lineup and just see what that looks like.
Yeah. It's I think him, and because he could do what Fournier should be doing. You know what I mean? So and Fournier he getting in the lane. He just not, I don't know what it is, but IQ is hot right now. But I like him, and like I said, for me, it's either him or, like I said, to me, it's Obi Toppin and especially Manuel quickly, because he can knock him down. But we got to get some energy up in there. We need some size. Like I said, when Mitch go down, man, and there's nobody on that team in that lineup that's over 6'10". You know what I mean? And so that's why Mo Bamba was eating tonight when Mitch went out. When he had to go take a break. Todd's nice, but Mo Bamba was, I'm talking about getting the rebounds, getting the putbacks. So it's tough, man. But I like Obi Toppin just for the energy. He don't need the ball in his hand to score, so that don't mess. That don't. I think, to me, it makes it easier for Julius Randle, RJ, and Kemba Walker now, because you don't have somebody relying on the ball like Fournier. You know what I mean? So you guys, Obi Toppin can get his points off of athleticism, spot up threes. Just energy. You know what I mean? And I don't think he would. I think he'd help them with his, his height. He probably can get you a couple more rebounds here and there, push the floor, and so I just think they need a guy in there like that. We don't need all the scores. Everybody can't be. It's only one basketball. You know what I mean? So and I think that's what Fournier is dealing with right now. It's only one basketball, and everybody want to get a rhythm, and I just don't think they're getting it with all four of them right now. Anyway, so.
Yeah, you're spot on there. That's why we see players hot and cold, Divine, on different nights. Like, it's like Alec Burks' night tonight. The other night was Kemba. Then we're not seeing players all hot at the same time, because our offense is freelance and players going isolation a lot, heavy, and there's a lot of minutes elapse before someone gets their shine again or someone gets a shot off.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think, that's something to look out for. Ball movement is important when you got a superstar or you got a team of stars that all need a shot. You need great ball movement, and Lex the Destroyer, shout out. Many options to utilize. I feel your frustration. I feel you, man. I just think Tibbs is very loyal to vets at the moment. Guys that have done it in the league in the past, but I'm not willing to say he won't make an adjustment. I think he doesn't want to go down with a sinking ship, Divine. He's just got a longer leash for these vets. If they're not producing soon, if we go under 500 a couple games, I think he's pro movement, at this point. I just think he's going to give them a longer leash.
Yeah. I think he's going to give them these 20 games. To give them a quarter of the season, give them go through the first quarter. But then you got guys don't get it together about 20 games, and then then we talk about doing something. Then I mean, now we got to say, okay, you know what? The next we're gonna switch it up the next quarter, because them 20 games come fast. You know what I mean? And they're gonna come fast, on point, with repetitively. So, I think he waited to the quarter of the season. I would say, and but when we come back off this 2-game swing, this 2-day thing, we got a brutal schedule coming up, man. So we want to. After Houston, we got 3 big dogs, and right them back to back to back. I mean, Chicago, LA, and Phoenix, or Phoenix and LA, excuse me. So we're gonna really get tested. I mean, that's why I wanted that game so much tonight, because I thought it would have been, that we would have been okay. We 9-6. We got a pretty brutal schedule coming up. What I mean? So, but now I wanted to see them go in there and compete and win some of those games. I really I think, if the Knicks would have won tonight, they would have had that feeling like, we can get past Houston. That when we go to the Garden and play the big game, because everybody gonna be up for them games. What I mean? We could have did that against Phoenix or LA and won one of them things, man. So we just got to keep fighting.
Yeah, definitely. Tibbs is also more looking at trends as well. Like if like I put in the chat now, the bench has balled out for 5 games in a row now, Divine. So I think Tibbs does look at not just how many games into the season, but how many games are the starters slumping in a row, or how many games are the bench players balling out. And we've hit the 5 game in a row where the starters have, or the bench has outplayed the starters, So that's significant. It's not a small sample size. It's 5 in a row now. So let's look at it. But yeah, the eyes are going to be out watching. Salute Allah Wise, salute Jonovan, salute Chat Will, Canal. Yeah, no time to panic yet, I don't think. We're still over 500, but yeah, it's a sour taste, bad loss. Let's get into our player grades, everyone. Let's chop it up. Divine, I'll let you pick out where you want to start tonight.
Oh man, at the only negative, I got to try to take some positive out there. So I'm gonna have to go salute to Mitchell Robinson. Trust me, 13 and 11. Went out there, had a block shot. 8 offensive rebounds, bro. 8, and played 31 minutes. Shot the foul text better, 3 out of 5. 5-11 for the 5 from 6 from the floor. I'm going to give Mitchell Robinson a good A tonight, man. I really did. We wouldn't have went down. I think if he wouldn't have went down with that hip thing at the end of the game, that game might have went the other way. I think when he fell to that floor and went out, we had to bring Randall in, not because Randall's not Randall. I'm not saying that, but I do think that Mitchell Robinson that we might could have pulled that out because the way the game was flowing with him and Obi Toppin at the time. Mitchell Robinson came in that. I liked him with that unit. I thought that was nice. I thought Obi Toppin, Mitchell Robinson, and quickly them. I liked that unit. That was young and speed there with Derrick Rose and Burks. I was like, that's nice, But then when he went down, but that's why I gave him a man. He deserved that tonight.
Yeah, facts. That hustle play that got him out, that helped us. Yeah, like I said, when he went down, the momentum change. You could feel the air, the energy change. 31 minutes. So shout out to Mitch tonight. He was questionable last game. He's fighting through something. We know he's not 100% right now, but to be 5 of 6, got a couple and ones, rebounded like a demon, 8 offensive. That's crazy. +8 as well. The only starter in a plus, playing 31 minutes, 13 points. Yeah, I got to give Mitch an A tonight. Yeah, I got to agree. Yeah. Jonovan gives A-. Yep, I got to agree with that. Salute Quiet Money. Salute Sharp Powers. 13, 11, 2 blocks. And when he went to the floor, yeah, he was looking good. Yeah, every time Mitch is about to burst out, he goes down, unfortunately. That's just the up and down nature of it, Divine.
Yeah. And you know what I liked about it? You could tell he was starting to get his energy because the alley-oops that he was catching tonight, he was up there. You could tell that he was just getting in that rhythm of I guess how would I say, stamina and all that, and because he was in it tonight, and he played a good game, man. I was like, man, if we wouldn't have hit that floor, I was like, man, we might be singing a different song right now because that's the effect he had on that unit. So good. I'm glad to see that, man. I know as game going, and you did it against another tall 7-footer. You know what I mean? And he competed. So salute to Mitch tonight, man. That was definitely a good game for him.
Yeah, good way to start. And like Will says, hopefully he'll be good with 2 days rest. Divine, because Nerlens Noel's banged up, man. Nerlens Noel missed the whole preseason, and it seems like the season's carrying on from there with Nerlens.
Yeah, absolutely. Your Quiet Money, salute, my brother, salute to the chat. Allah Wise, Shaw Powers, everybody, Jonathan, salute to you guys, man. Yeah, man. But you know what? It was he'll get it. I hope he stay healthy. He get it. But other than that, the only +8 in the only plus in the starting lineup, CT. That's almost how many games in a row? 3 games in a row or something like that now.
Yep.
Where the whole starting unit almost was in a minus. That's what the Knicks losing games at. If you wonder why we 8 and 7, you look no further than the starting unit. Period. No further than the starting unit, man. That's why the Knicks record is the way it is right now.
That's real talk. Like, we knew that Knicks had the best bench going into the season. Like that wasn't hard to predict, and it's carrying true. Our bench can outperform any other team's bench, but the situations like last year, they come in when we're behind, or we start slow. Like, I just don't know what it is about the energy. Like, I think it's just the inconsistencies, Divine. Like RJ Barrett, as much as we love him and his potential, he's not that player yet that's performing every single night. Julius Randle too, not as consistent so far as last year. Those long twos, the mid-range game is not where it was last season. Kemba Walker, you know, he's either putting up 25 points or he's putting up like 3 points. There's barely anything in between for Kemba Walker right now, you know.
Yep. And the defense is, you know, the defense ain't there. The backcourt, we get the backcourt just disappointing. You know what I mean? For me and RJ, you know what? He 21 years old. I don't have no problem with RJ doing what he's doing. The man 21, but Fournier, Walker, and Mitchell. I mean Julius Randle, grown men. You know what I mean? I'm grown men. You know, RJ Barrett, the youngest person on the team. I can understand RJ going through what he's going through. You know what I mean? Because he, you know, just third year in the league, just getting here. Well, but Fournier, Walker, and Julius Randle ain't no excuse for that. All these minuses every game. You've been in the league that many years. Come on, man. I don't care if a new team or not. You know, you still should be able to you understand NBA basketball. You didn't played it for so long. You know the game. So that's what's disappointing, man. And, you know, yeah. And I got, you know, RJ get the wrong when he do the wrong too. He need to step his game up for sure. But I do understand him being 21 and them other cats, you know, grown men. You know what I mean? And that's what's crazy. So we got to get that together, man. But RJ definitely, if that's what you grading right now, CT, RJ definitely get a C+ tonight.
Yeah, we definitely miss Noel, Donovan, and yeah, let's hit on RJ Barrett tonight. A better performance, 31 minutes, 7 of 19. But look at the 3-point shooting, 0 of 7. It just sort of goes away from him sometimes. He got all his points at the cup, but did rebound okay. Did 5 assists, 9 rebounds. The 3 turnovers didn't help whatsoever. -2. I got to give RJ a C for this performance. Just because it's a downward trend right now. He was hot. My hopes were high that he would continue to ride that streak, right, and end up an all-star this season. But he's come back down to earth. He's hit a wall right now.
Yeah. You know what? 7 for 7. Total 7 for 20. 7 for 26. I mean that's abysmal. What can you say? And don't get me wrong. I'm glad to see him got 9 rebounds. He was rebounding good tonight. I give him that. 5 assists, but he had 3 turnovers within that 7 and 26 shooting night. He also had 3 turnovers. But he a competitor. He a competitor. He'll try to get back at it. One thing I don't have no doubt about RJ. He'll get back into his groove. But it's just that he's young, man, and he just got to find a way to get the consistency. That's why the reason why I said with them guys the way it is. With Fournier, all 4 of them, I thought it would be one of the most. I always said that Pac could be one of the best 3-point shooting teams all season long. I've been saying that, and because the shots not falling, don't look that way. But I also didn't realize how stagnant that could be, and how it's only one basketball. You know what I mean? And it's only one basketball. You know what I mean? That's a lot. We don't need nobody. We need somebody in there who don't demand the basketball like that and can do the other things and get them points other ways. Because if you bring in Alex Burks, it's going to be the same thing. Everybody going to need the ball to shoot. We need somebody who can. But I like the way I don't even have a problem putting Alex Burks in and taking him out. Don't get me wrong, because Alex Burks is playing better ball than him. But I think you still had the same dilemma. The only good thing is that Alex Burks will be shooting better. I mean, so it might make the whole game different. So I don't have a problem with the Alex Burks situation either, because I think Burks can get a popping, just as good as my man can. And he's a better scorer because he know how to score from a lot of different levels. Alex Burks is like a scorer, not a shooter. He's a shooter and a scorer. Really, he can shoot the ball good, but he's also the good scorer. So Fournier, the good shooter, trying to be a scorer. And I just think that right now we don't need that. Right, we need a captain coming in and grab rebounds, get out on transition, get the energy flowing. hustle plays. None of them guys is not that athletic down there. But Mitchell Robinson and Julius Randle, I don't think they're athletic like we think they could be, because so them being so short. Kemba Walker 6'something, Fournier not athletic, Kemba Walker not athletic, R.J. Barrett somewhat athletic, Julius Randle somewhat athletic for his height. We don't got nobody athletic that can go out there and I think that's the problem, So because we look like we just playing catch the ball and shoot it, because right there we try to break somebody down, you wind up throwing the ball back out. So I just think that RJ is a part of that, but that's why he took that C for me tonight, man. Because I just think that's 7 for 26 and 3 turnovers, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, definitely didn't get it done. And let's touch on Kemba now. Shout out Quiet Money. He's been consistent with saying that Kemba's changed this thing up for the worst. He's not a starting caliber guard no more. He's probably the player, the starting player in the minus the most from what I'm seeing. Is like, even when he's scoring 20 something, he's in the minus. So is Kemba Walker on the hot seat? For me, I've got to look at things and say maybe he's just that player that's better off the bench right now. He's hurting that chemistry in the starting lineup. I think IQ give him a chance. I think Kemba and Fournier could be the two to go to the bench. That's my solution to this thing. Those guys could still be effective, could still eat off the bench. Bring in Alec Burks and bring in Quickly. That charge, that bolt of lightning of Burks and Quickly in the starting lineup adds two more scorers. And then you put those other 2 starters that can still score off the bench. And I think things even out more.
Yep. I agree with that, man. And I think you replace that. I agree with you 100%. Replace them 2 with them 2. You know what I mean? And let them guys gradually get back their rhythm together. If they get back to a point where they starting to get their shot back and they think they can make a difference, then you bring them back in there. But for now, them cats probably need to take a step back. The season coming fast. They just got here. They're trying to get acclimated. And I'm not making excuses for them, but I also can understand, like I said, what might be on their mind. Kids in school. Fournier got kids. I don't know about Kemba, but getting school, all that. It's just a lot of stuff for him. So mentally, he Fournier might not be all there mentally, because like I said, he coming to a place he never been, like New York City. Orlando is not New York. I can tell you that right now. You know what I mean? So, he probably going through it, man. But it's affecting him on the basketball court. Because we know how Evan Fournier get down. I mean, it ain't like Evan Fournier overnight became a scrub. You know what I mean? And so, but it's bad right now. He just in a funk at the wrong time for me. Exactly. He's in the funk at the wrong time. But right now I got no problem. CT, I agree with you, man. I love to see Burks and Quickly do that, because I think Derrick Rose will still give you energy there. If Obi Toppin still gives you some energy in there, you know what I mean. And now them other 2 can become knockdown shooters. Then you know what I mean. Space the floor a little bit, and between the way that all of them can shoot the ball, you never know.
Yeah, salute, be civilized, salute, fam. I think this Kemba Walker's D hurts us a lot. You just got to limit his minutes right now, because if he's hot, you can ride him. But most of the time, he's not been hot so far. We already have Julius and RJ in our starting lineup. That's part of the future. I just don't think 31-year-old Kemba Walker's part of the future. I thought it was at best a 2 or 3 year experiment, and then he maybe moved to the bench if he was successful. But it's not looking that way right now. I think Quickly's defense also picks up the defense, Divine in the starting lineup. And Alec Burks gives you that secondary ball handler in case IQ's a bit shaky, with the dribble. You have Alec Burks as well. So I think those 2 got chemistry together. They complement each other. And Kemba and Fournier stay together with Derrick Rose, the ultimate, playmaker, the ultimate, guy that'll get everybody involved. So I think this could be the best solution right now.
I agree with you. And I think that, as CT, they come and think about that too. Alex Burks is a good ball handler, like you said, as well. And his defense picked up. his defense is him and Quickly defense. So I agree with you. I don't have no problem doing that, and you know I don't have no problem putting Emmanuel Quickly and Alex Burks at the 1 and 2 right now. Sit them other cat for a minute. If we keep at this pace, what else you gonna do? You got to do something. You know you're gonna have to do if we continue like this. Obviously, you're gonna have to do something. You know what I mean? So I agree with you, man. You know, let Alex Burks and Quickly come in there and get the team off to a hot start. You know, that don't mean it ain't necessarily mean that their minutes got to get taken, like, you know what I mean, a lot, but just to let the team get off to a better start. You know what I mean? And then you come in there and see what you do then. But maybe it take the pressure off them. Maybe it might be the pressure to live up to the 19 million or 18 a year, whatever. The pressure of being in New York every day. You know, it could be weighing on for one day. But I think for the team's sake, and like I said, nobody panicking. We weren't going to win every game, but games like this here make us talk about stuff like this. You know what I mean? You know, we ain't trying to be negative Nancy about our team. We just trying to figure out the best way we can help our team get better and win. What ideas do we may have to say, you know, as fans, what can we do to make, and what will we do, you know, if we were GMs hypothetically to make the team better? But I do agree with you 100%. I have no problem. I would love that backcourt. For real.
Straight facts. And you're doing it, Divine, you're killing a few birds with one stone because you're building for the future. You're giving a potential guy that's with you for 10 years more experience. And Alec Burks is only 29, 30 years old too. So he's younger. You know, he's invested in the future. Maybe this team, what I love, Divine, this team got so much options, like we said, in terms of flexibility moving forward. A lot of these contracts are tradable. So anyone by any means, don't hit that panic button yet. You know, we got a lot of maneuvering. We're above 500. I always say, you know, you got to go through these bad losses to get change. You know, if we just continue hovering around, you know, beating mediocre teams, losing to good teams, we won't get any adjustments or any change right now. Our eyes don't fail us. You know, there's Kemba Walker, there's Fournier, there's a lot of players in the minus in the starting lineup too consistently. And I think it would be interesting to see
He break. Let me piggyback in right quick. You back?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Got me? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but it's about that time, man, to try that. I think we gotta, you know, like you said, don't panic. I know patience is a virtue, and like I said, but that's a little bit too consistently not playing well. It'd be different if it was one game here, you do well. It's consistent not shooting, playing well at the starting unit. That's what my concern. I can see we have an up and down. You know, you up one day, you down one night. That's a different thing. But when you constantly not good at it, that what makes me concerned. Like these guys, Evan Fournier, been shooting like this for the last 6 games, or 7 games probably. You don't realize it, but it's 50. He played 15 games. How many good games has Evan Fournier had this year? What, 2?
One or 2? Yeah.
So that's what's concerning to me. You know, we done played 15 games for the season, and you only had a couple of good games. You know, so to me, you in a slump. Evan Fournier is slumping. There ain't no question about that. So you know, that's got to be concerning for me. Other than that, you know, Kemba Walker, you know, at $9 million, we blew. But you know what's the thing about that? He had 4 decent games this year, over 20. You know, and he had a couple of good games about a week ago, 2 weeks ago. Then he had a good game in Charlotte offensively, but the defense liability is the issue.
It's limited his minutes.
Yeah, right. So the best thing to do is just, I think if you start Emmanuel Quickly, here's one thing that does. The way he playing his defense puts you closer to Alfred Payton than Kemba Walker puts you closer to Alfred Payton. You know what I mean? So at least quickly defense it competitive like Alfred Payton. Kemba Walker just don't have the tools from a physical standpoint to even be there. And Quickly playing some pretty good defense right now. You know what I mean? I got to get, like I said, the man on the ball, picking up over half court, before half court, excuse me, and he picking up in the back court, excuse me, you know, and he competing. And I think that's something we need, though. I don't have no problem with Emmanuel quickly being in that starting lineup. Or for real, because I think the way he's playing right now, that team will flow better. It'll flow better because the reason why Kemba Walker 9 out of 10 no matter when he get open, he looking to shoot. You know what I mean? Quickly he confident when he shoot, but I think quickly got the willingness to pass the ball too. But I think the spark plug will be nice, him and Alex Burks.
Yeah, and let's look at our future, right, with Miles McBride getting burned tonight, putting up, we'll touch on his stats in his big night in Westchester, but maybe Kemba Walker's just ready to hand over the keys. He just keep the seat warm till the second half of the season, and he becomes a bit more of a spare, situational, off the bench. Give us a spark scoring when we need. Because D Rose can't do it all by himself either. I'm worried about D Rose wearing out. Divine 15 games into the season, D Rose is like carrying us. It's like nothing changed from the playoffs last season.
Mm-hmm.
We brought in this offensive help that hasn't really been help so far, and it's been D Rose and Randall expected to carry us every single night. RJ Barrett's still RJ Barrett. One night he looks like an all-star. One night he looks like a sophomore or a third-year player. So we just got to. Our inconsistency's got to even out. We just can't. We're too erratic right now, and these turnovers are hurting us. How many illegal screens do we set? How many funky passes, that end up in the stands, or missed dunks, and it's just frustrating, from what I saw tonight.
Yeah, it really is. We just not a sync, man. We just not a sync as a team. And I think, even with the RJ situation, but now know what that tells me. See, now we brought in Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier to take the pressure off of RJ. That was the reason why we brought them dudes in here. You know what I mean? So, you don't have to put the burden on Randall and RJ. That's the reason why we brought them cats here. You know what I mean? And you know what? And now that Fournier not popping, Kemba Walker up and down, now you're putting the pressure back on RJ. You know what I mean? And like I said, man, the man 21 years old, and he trying to get there, but I don't think Evan Fournier and Kemba Walker helping at all, because now, he got to shoot that ball when he probably, not saying everybody want to shoot. Let me get what I'm trying to say. Everybody want to shoot, but he going to feel like because they not hot, now I'm going to have to take a shot maybe when I'm not ready to take it. I'm not in rhythm, or, they swung the ball to me, but I just know them other cats ain't ready, and I'm going to have to get and do my thing. So, then he got to force his way through the middle, or he got to take a three that he probably wasn't in rhythm to take, or he wanted to take, because them other cats is not popping off. So, and everything swinging to him and Randall. And so, that's what's frustrating about it. I think, and not Evan Fournier is a bad player, because like I said, the man in a slump, his slump is affecting the way we play offense in New York right now. He's not bringing it for us, right now. You know what I mean? And that's what to me is this what the problem is to me, and it's been such that him and Kemba got to get it together.
Yeah, let's give our grades for Kemba Walker. 21 minutes, was 2 of 7, 1 of 3 from 3-point, just 1 rebound tonight, 2 assists and a steal, 5 points. Yeah, so he didn't shoot too much, 7 attempts, just a quiet night. So I'm going to give Kemba Walker a D+, just because he only took 7 shots, was only a -3. Yeah, I'll give him a D+.
Yeah. I'm with you on that one. 5 points, 2 assists, 1 rebound, 2 turnovers, 3 for 10 from the floor, 21 minutes.
Yeah. Donovan went with F-.
Yeah, I wouldn't be mad at anybody who give him an F, because what I know is so frustrating about CT. I know they veterans, but man, you got to play up to you got to get up for these young boys. You know what I mean? These young teams who got nothing to lose. They don't got nothing to lose, but they gonna play hard anyway. They gonna treat it just like we ain't got nothing to lose, but get better. And what way to get better is by getting a bunch of stagnant people playing, and we just run them up on them, running the car. That's why they should have left that first unit in there, because that second unit in there, I meant to say, because they was matching them young boys' energy. See, that's what it was. They both, Lando was trying to run and do this. Knicks wasn't trying to run, so I'm like, you're not even keeping when these cats running up the floor. Y'all not even keeping up with them. But when that second unit came in there, quickly started putting pressure on the ball. Obi started playing a little defense, hustling, fast break, alley oops.
It's that slow plodding. Like Julius Randle is one of the reasons we play so slow. His game is a slow plodding half court game right now. So that's why we look so quick when Obi Toppin comes in versus how slow we look when Randall's in. And I think Randall's hesitancy is hurting us. Like he'll be wide open with a couple meters space and he won't shoot it. Whereas last season he just let it fly instantly. I think that hesitation is hurting the offense a lot. That's one key area that's hurting. And yeah, the chat's relentless tonight. F's all over for Kemba. A for absent. Lex the Destroyer. F minus quiet money. Yeah, he's no fan of Kemba. Yeah, so let's see. Tibbs's loyalty is going to be tested, Divine, because these games are about to come thick and fast. If we cop a couple L's in a row, we're like a couple games under 500 all of a sudden. Maybe Atlanta win a couple games, and then all of a sudden, yeah, imagine if Atlanta take over us.
Yeah. That'd be pretty tough, man. That wouldn't be what I expected out of the team tonight, man. And I think, what I'm saying, for what I think, when I expected out of this team, maybe I seen it on paper. You know what I mean? Maybe I was seeing it on paper, but like I said, by 20 games, man, this thing ain't popping. You got to switch this thing up. You got to do something. There's no way you go through a quarter of a season and the guys who in your lineup ain't popped yet. 20 games, you've been here 20 games and you ain't popped yet. Something definitely wrong with that.
And yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, Devon. I remember Tibbs said in his press conference 2 days ago or 2 games ago that it's BS. Like that the team needs more time to gel. That was 2 games ago. The starters don't look like they're bringing it. According to Tibbs, he said it's BS. So we all know how much he loves quickly. Maybe he's forming some sort of feelings for Obi now. This thing going to get real interesting. We know what Leon Rose's draft pick was, Obi Toppin. We know what the crowd's chanting in the Garden now. Chat Divine.
He earning it. Noah CT was crazy to me. He earning it, and it makes a difference. Obi Toppin playing winning basketball. You know what I mean? Our starters are not playing winning basketball. Obi Toppin and Manuel Quickly and them is playing winning basketball, and our starters ain't playing winning basketball. So, man, like you said, Obi Toppin, he's earning the right to play more minutes, and I think he's what we need there. We need somebody who can hustle. You know what I mean? We always talk about we need pace. We always talk about we don't have transition buckets in the first unit because they look. I think what I'm finding to see when I look at this team, they're a half court team with the capability to run. That's the first unit. You know what I mean? They like a half court team, but they got the capability to run the fast break every now and then. But they definitely don't got no energy up in that piece. You know what I mean? And that's why I think it's time to switch this thing up.
Yeah, facts. Apologies, I'm just plugging in putting my power in my laptop.
Gotcha, brother. Yeah, man. So I think it's about that time. And like I said, we got 3, a couple of games. We got to get to 20, whatever, man. But that was a tough loss. Tough loss, disappointing loss, because we could have set ourselves apart a little bit from a couple of teams in the loss column, and kept it moving. So we ain't panicking right now, but I'm a little frustrated with the way the Knicks first unit. We losing games because of our first unit, plain and simple. Though, the first unit is just losing games for us, and it's disappointing tonight because you look at Mitch's game, 13 and 11. You look at Obi Toppin's game, 14, 1 block, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 8 for 12 tonight. 8 out of 12 shooting. That was nice. He only missed 4 shots tonight. knocked down 2 out of 3 for them. So they wasted another opportunity. Look at Allen Burks this night. 15. Nine for 24, but he knocked down some crucial shots. So it's just disappointing that they we losing when we got guys who's starting to shine, and let's just hope this thing can click, man. You know what I mean? Because I think we don't get this thing right, then it's gonna be scary. But I think we're gonna get together though. I think we're gonna get together. I don't think it's gonna be this ain't gonna be like this the whole season. But he got to make a change if we need to.
Yeah, I agree. Let's continue with the starting lineup and grade Julius Randle tonight. 32 minutes, 4 of 11. Took 10 3-point attempts. Wow, 4 of 10 from 3. Just 5 rebounds. 3 assists, a steal, 3 turnovers. That hurt. 5 personal fouls as well. I think he had 4 fouls, Divine, in the third quarter alone. Minus 21, the biggest minus out of any player. 13 points tonight. A couple bad performances from Julius. I just think he's struggling too with the starters, Divine. I think more options. We wanted to see what Julius looked like with more quote talent around him, but it's just not really working out so far this season. Got to give Randall tonight a C.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm gonna go. You know what? I'm gonna give him a C- for this reason. You let Wendell Carter Jr. Come on, Randall. You know what I mean? And he, like I said, Randall had a problem with size. I always said it, and I say it to the day. He always had a problem with size. You know what I mean? So with Mo Bamba, Wendell Carter down there, all they can do is shoot. They shoot from the outside because they wasn't going down there. You know what I mean? You notice we shot with a lot of threes tonight because them cats wasn't getting into that hole. You know what I mean? And our offense got stagnant again. You know what I mean? Then you launching threes and they ain't going in. And Mo Bamba and Wendell Carter Jr. and them playing pretty good defense down there. The recipe for disasters. Julius Randle, 4 for 20. He shot 8 for 21. Come on, man. Three assists, 5 rebounds, 3 turnovers. Minus 21. You definitely get that C- from me, man. Yeah. That's crazy, yo. It's disappointing. See, these are our main. Listen, look at our main horses. 13 points, 5 points, 5 points, 17 points. These supposed to be our horses. Mitchell Robinson outscored Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier together. So,
yeah, something needs to be shaken up, man, in terms of the chemistry too. Just they're just not meshing, not gelling. And the bench has chemistry from last year. Like, I'll give them that because they all played together last year as well. So there's no excuses for the bench. Now the starters, they got a few new pieces, but yes, Kemba and Fournier are horrible on defensive end. So I'm giving Randall sort of a pass on that regard. Why he's looked bad this year so far. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, it's on Tibbs to make an adjustment. He brought Randall back in when Obi, again, could have been finishing the game out. I felt like he was everywhere tonight. Was Obi topping?
Yeah, and what's so tough about this here, CT, because now once we love our second unit, the way they play together, the way they gel, the way they playing, but we might have to switch it up because our other dudes ain't playing unless you trade for somebody. So that's what's so disappointing about that first unit. See, and that you guys are making us might have to make us break up something that's really working for us because you cats can't hold it down in the starting unit, so we got to bring somebody in and put you in the starting unit, and that's going to mess up that chemistry. That's the dilemma that they got Tibbs in, man, the way they playing basketball. Julius Randle and Fournier and Kevin Walker shouldn't be playing ball like that. And then that got to be frustrating because it's making everybody else work harder, extra harder, exhaust all their energy because y'all cats ain't playing good. So now we got to play extra hard. Then I got to change up my coaching game plan because you ain't shooting. Now I got to change my whole coaching game plan up because y'all cats ain't, that first unit is trash right now, them dudes, man. I hate to say that about my beloved team, but right now they playing like trash. For real.
Yeah, facts, right? This hurts, to lose to Orlando twice now on our home floor, this young up-and-coming team, like in Cleveland as well. I mean, these cats got to have pride, Divine. They have to come out and buckle down. And like I said, it's always the usual suspects. Mitch, Taj, Rose fighting, Quickly fighting, Obi. Who else is going to fight? Is it true what the chat's saying? These dudes just got their bag and now they're just unmotivated right now. That's beyond belief for me. How can you not be motivated? With the New York Knicks on the come up, you've come into this team after having the success we had last season, and then you come out of the start of the season looking like this. The East is wide open right now. We could have been damn near first in the East if we had beat both Orlando games, the Cleveland game, the Charlotte game, and one other game. We'd be top of the East.
Yeah, easy. Yeah, that's why the loss tonight was so disappointing, because we could have gained some good ground in the East tonight. Every game counts, man. Then, like at the end of the season, these losses will come back to haunt you. You know what I mean? Losses like this, you know what I mean, to the teams you're supposed to beat. That could keep you 1 or 2 games from a play-in. It can keep you one or two games from being in a 3rd or 4th seed. Losing a game like this here, man, you just never know what it could do. You know what I mean? And you get to the end of the season, we got a chance to be in the 3rd spot or 4th spot or 5th spot, whatever. But we gave away 2 games like this here that probably would have catapulted us over that. You know what I mean? So, that's where the losses hurt. That's a long season, CT. Just like we lose one, we win one. Hopefully, we just got to hope that this team get on and catch fire in some way, because, like I said, we got a daunting schedule coming up next week. That's gonna be crazy. So we got 3 top teams, playing good ball in Chicago and the Phoenix Suns and the Lakers. So that's what makes this one so. We got to go out there and go crazy, try to win them games, and we losing games like this here. That and that's where you get a little frustrated at.
Yep, yeah, I can understand. Every season we lose these early games, and it's frustrating. Let's grade Evan Fournier now, Divine.
You already know, bro. That's the first person all year I gave an F to.
Yeah. First
person all year in a Knicks uniform I gave an F to.
Yeah.
I'm going after with his 7. Listen, you took 3 shots, bro. 3 shots. 1 rebound, 1 assist. Come on, man. Yo, that is crazy right there. Evan Fournier 3 shots. Or 10 shots.
6 shots.
He took 6 shots. 10 altogether, I meant to say. I was saying the wrong thing. I'm sorry. 3 out of 10. 3 out of 10. That's what I was trying to say. I'm sorry. That's disappointing. 3 out of 10. And good as a shooter as you were in your career, that's what's the more frustrating thing about it. Evan Fournier can do this in his sleep. You know what I mean? This kid been averaging 18, 19 for the last 3-4 years down in Orlando. He was balling out down in Orlando. You know what I mean? And I just don't think you go from one year to the next year and be that bad. So it's just a slump to me. And it's not that the kid is a scrub. He's not a scrub. He's just in a funk right now. And everybody go through it. But man, 14 games, 15 games, that's a little bit too much for me.
Facts, right? And didn't he hit that early 3 early in the game?
Mm-hmm.
He hit that 3 in the first quarter, I believe, and ended up only taking 3 more shots, 3 more threes. With Fournier, again, I just don't think he's getting the amount of shots with the starting lineup or plays ran for him off the bench. He's better for that. I got to agree with you. I'm going to go with an F tonight for Fournier, man. It's just so disappointing so far. And out of all the additions we made, Evan Fournier was the most criticized, because of the money. You said 19 mil for 19 points you average or put up. He's nowhere near that right now.
Nowhere near, right?
Yeah, straight facts, right?
Yeah.
Appreciate the chat still coming through.
Yeah. Evan Fournier is that's really that he earned that grade tonight, man, because he we watch a lot of NBA ball players, CT, but this seemed like this team is going on for a long time. You know what I mean? A lot of people get in slumps. We seen RJ get into a slump early in 1 year. I mean, people go through that, but I just think at this level, though, 19 million. We could have dealt with 19 million. You know what I mean? And that's why the way it looks right now, anyway. Not saying Fournier not going to turn around and wind up taking us to somewhere we might not even think we're going to go once he start popping. But as of right now, no sir, buddy. That brother is playing horrible basketball for New York.
You always know what Tibbs says. If you're not playing D, you don't deserve to be. So is he the first guy that Tibbs just had enough with? Is he the first guy that says, all right, I don't care what Leon Rose, what you paid this man, go to the bench? Watch out for that.
Mm-hmm. And I know what? I don't got no problem with it. If he continue at this rate right here, you need to sit him. You know what? Because we can't go through this, bro. We had 8-2 aspirations. We had 15-5 aspirations. These guys laying eggs out here, man. You know what I mean?
Having that,
right?
Like against your former club, Divine, you're supposed to be juiced up tonight to stick it to Orlando for all those losing years, and a rebuilding Orlando has shown us up. A vet team that had aspirations. It's embarrassing in a way. These players should feel embarrassed. Salute Elton Lee, salute Jarvis, salute Fam coming through tonight. We'll open up the panel later in the show, but yeah, Divine, go ahead.
Yeah, I gotta say, we hate that we dislike to have to critique our team like this, you know what I mean? Because they losing game. But sometimes you just got to speak truth to power, you know what I mean? You're not trying to be negative Nancy. We're just trying to point out some things that's not working. You know what I mean? It's not working in New York right now. And the Evan Fournier and Kemba Walker situation right now, I'm gonna say more Evan Fournier than Kemba Walker, because Kemba Walker did have he had some decent games. Evan Fournier just ain't doing nothing. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I say nothing because of what he getting paid for. You're not even giving us 1/4 of what we paying you for. You know what I mean? And so that's what's disappointing. That it's not. I want Evan Fournier to be the man. I want him to get it. But don't think we don't want him to be the man. That's why we disappointed, because we thought he was gonna do more than what he could do for us. Right now he not. So it makes us have that negative feel about the way he's playing basketball in New York. And but you got to be true to it. It just might be time to put him on the bench. And just because you're on the bench don't mean you have to play bench minutes. We just need somebody to start that game in a different way for us. And then if Fournier come in without the pressure, and if he start popping off too good, then you can always put him back once he get his groove back. You know what I mean? Just because you put him on the bench right now don't mean he got to stay on the bench. He might not need the pressure right now to get his groove back. Because one thing about that second unit, they do run up and down the floor. And like we said earlier, he would get some wide open looks in that second unit because they constantly, they run a lot. So, they don't be catching some wide open threes on the wing or whatever. And the way they move the ball in the second unit with Quickly and the Derrick Rose, it would have been nice. But now you move Quickly, you still have it with Quickly if you don't bring Quickly to the starting unit. But if you have Burks in there, I just think that Burks he's a scorer. He can get, and he's playing good defense so far. He's been playing some phenomenal defense since he got in his groove. So I think I do get a better flow to the game with Quickly and Burks in the starting unit. But I think you can do Quickly, at least do Burks. If you're not gonna do Obi, it gotta be Obi or Burks.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. It's got to be that. I don't care what you're getting paid. I don't really think Tibbs cares, to be honest. We see a lot of 6 man of the years earning 16 mil. Jordan Clarkson's earning 16 mil. Like Evan Fournier can just be that 6 man now. Because what does Tibbs say? If you're not playing D, you're no use for me. I don't care if you block zeros.
Yeah, so yeah, but I think CT might have faded out. But yeah, as he was saying that he not giving us what we need down there. And the thing was crazy about it to me is all he do really is if he pull up for the three, like or he trying to keep his dribble and to create some type of stuff in the lane, but the offense just looks so stagnant with them dudes, man. It seems like they just look so stagnant. It really and I don't think none of them dudes help the cause. I don't think he helped the cause right now. Because now he got to stand in the corner or run off a screen, and that's his game. And if he ain't knocking down shots, then it's a wrap because he don't have an inside game. He can get in the lane, but he don't really have an inside game. So if that three shot ain't falling for Fournier, and it's going to be a long night for him. You know what I mean? It's not like he got posted. He could put the ball on the floor, like I said, get to the hole, but his shot is off. Period. You know what I mean? So the inside game is not even clicking right now. So I mean, oh man, but Alec Burks, I think Alec Burks can get it done till he get better. Because like I said, CT. Then boy, they wind up going that trading deadline. If it start rumbling, start happening. You know what I mean? Once you hear the rumbles in your stomach, you hungry, man. You hungry when you start hearing them rumbles in your stomach.
That's right. You guys don't think front office and coach goes into the season with a plan about increments, how to evaluate a team? We're approaching the 20 game mark. Every coach, it doesn't matter what they say in the press conference and that. There's got to be a point in the season where they're evaluating Divine.
Yep.
20 game point has to be a point where you still got to evaluate. And like shout out to Be Civilized. Our offense is too predictable. Where are the X's and O's? Like I said, we're freestyling at the minute. Tibbs is just trusting the players to make reads. There's no play calling right now from what I'm seeing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's tough, man. It's tough because them cats is missing shots. That's the problem to me. That's why I was saying earlier. I agree with you 100% about Tibbs. You know why Tibbs got to do that? Because them boys making him change his game plan. Like Tibbs, I didn't expect Evan Fournier to do 10-2 for 20 or RJ 7 for 29. He don't go into a game thinking like that. You know what I mean? But I know if they do, then he said, you know what, we got to rely on our defense because what else we going to do? And our bench. And that's what's so disappointing. It's not like the whole team is doing this. It's just the starting unit. Tibbs, that second unit playing real good basketball, CT, and Tibbs is not getting a gripe about that. He's not getting a gripe about the second unit. He's getting a gripe about that first unit. And that first unit is affected. It's starting to roll over. So then, and I just think it's starting to affect. It's like some spreading. It's once a virus. Something, I hate to say that, but once it hits one person and trickle down to the next person, it's gonna start tumbling over and then when the next one is gonna affect the whole team. So he got to wait after 20 games. He got to pull it. If it don't get better in 20 games, I think Tibbs got to do something because we had high expectation for this team this year. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean. We thought this team was gonna be way better than they were. You know what I mean? So right now they're not playing like it.
Or maybe the pieces aren't in the right place, right? It's like we're putting a jigsaw puzzle together and we're trying to force a piece that don't fit, right? Maybe we have the right parts, but we haven't constructed it the way we should. Like I said, we're overrating guys. There's a reason two teams traded Kemba Walker. One team gave him away for Al Horford, and the other team gave him away for nothing. So yeah, he still has some use, but he ain't the player people think he is no more. Now Evan Fournier, he better pick things up, for $19 million. That's what Julius Randle's earning. And I can at least say Julius Randle's been better than Fournier,
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, he's stinking up the joint, man. Ain't no doubt about that. He is stinking up the joint. And you know what? And it's starting. That's why I said it's starting to affect. It's starting to spread. See, that's the whole problem. His what they say ineffective play is starting to trickle down to the squad. You know what I mean? Now RJ he's not shooting good. Julius Randle not really playing too good because one of the guys, two of the guys they depending on ain't coming through. They just ain't coming through. So can you imagine what that's doing to Julius Randle and RJ Barrett? Because we know how Randle what he could do. One thing I can say about Randle, last year wasn't no fluke, because the year before that, when we didn't have a good team, he was 19-10. That's just been what he do. So, but when now that Randle and RJ, the pressure's back on them because Fournier and my man ain't giving it to us. So now you just putting the pressure back on Randle and that, man. They like, listen, we're giving you the ball, you get the shots, you're not knocking them down. I mean, I think Kevin Knox will do more than what my man doing right now, and that's real talk. I think Kevin Knox will do better than Fournier doing. So, because he's playing that bad to me. Just my personal opinion, Fournier is playing that bad that I think Knox will do what he's doing right now.
Yeah, facts. He's a catch and shoot player now, Divine. He's not always asked to beat his man with 5 seconds left on the shot clock because the offense failed.
Right.
Evan Fournier's never been that guy. He's not athletic. He can't break nobody down. Emmanuel quickly can break a dude off the dribble more. And maybe what Elton Lee's saying, Randall at the 3, Obi getting some time at the 4 together.
I like that, man. And I like that. I really do, because now, not only that, I'm gonna tell you why I like it real quick. When Elton Lee got up there, he right about Julius now, his game up there, and I think that gives Obi a chance to post him. Now you can let Obi get down there and do a little work in the paint with a bad less to them, because I seen Obi post up a couple of times and he looked good. You know what I mean? So now, that's why I like that dude in there. I'm telling you, you take Fournier out, put Obi Toppin at the 4, Julius Randle at the 3, put RJ back at the 2. That's what you want, because Obi Toppin don't demand the ball. He's not the guy you got to give him the, he listen, I get my point the way I get him. You know what I mean? If I'm open, I shoot it. If not, I run up and down the court, alley-oop, dunks, blah, blah, blah. He can get his points all type of ways. We don't got nobody in that first unit could do that. None of them, except for Mitchell Robinson. He don't shoot that good. But nobody like Obi, man. We need that in that first unit. That's why we suffering, because them cats is just not athletic like that. They don't get up and down the floor. Fournier is not a runner. RJ's a runner. Randall can run, but Obi Toppin can get up and down there and make shit happen. I really think they got to think about that for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, simply put, the chat's just telling straight facts. Evan Fournier is a defensive liability as well. Kemba's not the same player he was. He still has some use, but yeah, he shouldn't be playing more than 20 minutes. For me, Kemba, he's hurting you defensively. The numbers don't lie. You can't be a minus every single game. The one game you're on fire, you put up 26. You were a -3 still. So that's telling me you can't get over the hump. You can't put the team over the hump, no matter how well you're scoring that night. Undersized guard. I'm not missing Alfred Payton. I'm not one of those players that fans that's going to talk about him. I'm glad he's out of here.
Facts. Yeah, facts. Yeah, no question about that. It does that. You know what? I guess we have to look at the way Elton Lee brought up a great point. He's like, we need a low post threat, and that's true. We one-dimensional, because and like I said, Randall, he's 6'8", 6'9". He's 6'9" tops. Randall can't post up against some of these big 7-footers down there. You know what I mean? That's why that's why he had to bring his game to the outside. Because when he be going up against some trees, he just have a problem. You know what I mean? And but I do like taking for bringing Obi Toppin up in there. Like I said, I think we need somebody that just don't do the same thing that everybody else do. You know what I mean? And because, like I said, I just like that size. I like you don't have to force the ball, because in other words, you ain't to worry about Obi Toppin saying, let me shoot the ball. When he get it, he'll play within the rhythm of the offense. He'll crash the boards. He'll get his fast break points. I know I'm reiterating the same thing, but it's just so important that what I think he could do with that, man. And put Julius Randle at the 3. He playing outside anyway all the time now, and he got quick feet too. Julius Randle got quick feet, so he can keep up with a lot of these small forwards out there. And now you might have a different beast going. Now you got a taller front line. Now you bring RJ back to the 2. Now your team done got bigger, because now RJ back at his natural position, and the team got bigger. You know what I mean? Faster. So yeah, I mean they got to do something with the Fournier thing. It's got to be Burks or Toppin than me.
Yeah. Yeah, lots more to chop up. You know, the chat's on fire coming through with some
Facts.
fire.
Salute to the chat. Salute to the chat.
Yep. Let's go through the bench and let's just give them all our grades in one hit.
Okay.
I'll let you spit first.
Obi Toppin, A+. Todd Gibson, C+ tonight. D Rose, I'm gonna go B, B-, I would say. Alex Burks, I'm gonna have to give him definitely at least a B+. I'm gonna say B+. You know, a B+, and then Manu Quickly, I'm gonna give him a B tonight.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he didn't shoot a lot. He went 4 for 9. That's not bad. But look at his numbers. He had 7 assists. Salute Manu Quickly. You know, he didn't have a lot of points, but look, he had 7 assists. He rebounded the ball well tonight. Only had 1 turnover. Shot 50% from 3. You know, and shot. You know, only took 2 shots of 5 shots, and from the 2-point percentage that he made, 2 of them shot 5. So overall, he shot. You know, he had a pretty good shoot night. 4 for 9. I take that. That's almost 50%. So that's why I gave him a B. I think he had a good game tonight.
Yep. Yeah, no, definitely. Obi Toppin, got to give him an A. Me, Taj, 4 minutes only. Pretty average numbers for Taj. Unfortunately, tonight it was off. Give Taj a C.
Oh, C? Okay, because you kind of came blurry. That's why I was going to ask you that. I didn't hear it. Okay, then, yeah, that's what I figured.
Yep. Yeah, C for Taj. D Rose, got to give D Rose a C+ tonight. Actually, yep, C+ for D Rose was off. A couple of bad turnovers. Yeah, that's crazy. Well, am I reading that correct? 5 turnovers.
Mm-hmm. Yep, 5.
Whoa. I might have to lower that. A C for D Rose. Yeah, you can't be getting no C+ for 5 turnovers. Yeah. Alec Burks, A+. A+ for Alec Burks, kept us in it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, didn't shoot efficiently at all, but look at that, was plus 15, like help. So it wasn't plus 15, 15 points off the bench. So that's solid. IQ, I'm going to give IQ a C+ tonight. Yeah, C+ for IQ. It wasn't his best night. Was hesitant, I thought.
Mm-hmm.
He just needs to pull the trigger when he's got that open look.
Yeah, facts. Yeah. It was, you know, like I said, that first unit, we gotta get that, because you take Mitchell Robinson out of that first unit tonight, they would have been minus all over again. And at least at Burks, Randall, and RD missed 21 threes.
Yeah, man.
Missed that.
The chat, you know, what do you want to see from what adjustments do you want to see now? Let's ask everybody. I gave you mine. I put IQ, put Burks in the starting lineup, and put Kemba and Fournier straight to the bench. 15 games now. They're not living up to the expectations. We're just lucky we're only 1 game over 500. I'm not prepared to give them more time and see if they can overcome this, just because I feel like my eyes have shown me, like, we've been watching basketball long enough. I don't just think Kemba's going to become Kemba of old and he's going to become a solid defender, and Evan Fournier the same. He's not giving energy, and he's also not a good defender as well. So why not just make the change from the next game, Divine?
Mm-hmm.
Chat.
Yeah. I think for me, man, like I said, it definitely got to be the 3 spot right now. You know, if you're gonna start anywhere, start there. You know what I mean? And I agree with you for the 1 and the 2. I think they should do the 1 and 2. But if you don't want to do just to unload like that in one shot, try one play at a time, then I think he got Kemba Walker playing better than that before. And so I will definitely, you know, for me, I want Obi Toppin in there. You know what I mean? That way you still have 4 guys who could score. Well, at least 3 guys who could score. and Randall, RJ, and Kemba Walker, but we got a little bit more rebound power with Obi Toppin and stuff like that because it's so that's the thing that I'm most looking to see. But I'm with you on the Kemba Walker thing. If we need to, man, throw Manu quickly in there and let Kemba Walker play off the bench with Derrick Rose. That might be some prolific scoring right there.
Yeah, they're definitely right. Also want to ask you all the question: do you think Tibbs is willing to push the change button right now? He's got to be fuming after tonight. To lose, it's one thing to lose these games, but to lose to Orlando again. I told you and KJ, I evaluate what a coach does the second time they play a team, the third time they play a team. It's like, what did we learn? If I was in the locker room pre-game, I would have been putting bulletin stuff up there. Like, they ran amok on us last time in our own building. We should have had a short-term memory with that and come out of here and just punch them in the mouth, Divine, and blew them out. But we just let them hang around. There's no killer instinct in our front starting lineup no more.
Sure not.
I'm willing to say Evan Fournier, Kemba Walker, they're soft right now.
Mm-hmm.
They're soft.
They are, bro. We're playing that way, and it's more disappointing because we're the grittiness. We just lacking the grittiness, man. When it's one day we got it, one day we don't. One day we come up here, man, fighting, scrapping, and the next day we like after that game against Indiana. Now y'all come out here, and and what it's the offense has got me upset, man. It's not too much to it to me, man. We only gave up 104 points tonight, and they probably could have been less than that. If Mitch wouldn't have went out, for the last 3 minutes, or Noel or somebody was there. But Todd, he, like I said, he only can give you so much at his age. You can't expect Todd to go like 30 minutes a game or something like that, or 25, 30. He's gonna give us what he can give us, and I think that we gotta find a way to rectify the thing because, like I said, man, it's disappointing the way they're playing down there, man. You gotta when somebody coming at you, you gotta go back at them. I don't know how to say it. You know what I mean? You punch me, I'm gonna punch you back. You know what I mean? Or stop you from punching me, block your shit or something. They ain't doing that. You know what I mean? I think that second unit doing it. The second unit, the one that's going blow for blow with these jokers. They running down. They hustling. They moving. They playing with pace. Derrick Rose going straight to the bucket. Manuel quickly getting to the bucket every now and then. At least they going to the rack. That first unit, other than the RJ tonight, everybody else was jacking up shots. That second unit be going to the rack. Obi goes to the rack. All them cats go to the rack. Burks can go to the rack and put it in. They do it, and they don't rely on them jump shots all the time, and that's what's so different about that first unit and second unit that, that first unit rely on too much sometime when they got, even when you got intimidated down there or shot block, you still got to go at him. That don't mean you just change the whole game plan because he can block shots. You go at him, throw the ball to Mitch. Let's see if we can, and throw the ball down to Mitch. You can't just keep shooting jump shots. Sometimes you got to pound that shit in the middle. And even if you throw it in the Mitch, let him and Mo Bamba go at it. Either Mo Bamba going to foul him, block a shot, or Mitch going to dunk it in the face to get a foul. But either way it goes, you think that it's another opportunity, to get a foul and get 2 points easy. Tonight they were jacking them threes up and they wasn't falling. It wasn't falling whatsoever. So that's what was so disappointed, man. And to let them young boys come into Madison Square Garden and beat us tonight, when it was a pivotal game to me, for the standards, what it could mean for the team with this break coming up, we just didn't take advantage of the opportunity tonight, and that's the results.
Yeah, man, it was ugly tonight, man. It was just a stale game, missing threes, turnovers. That first quarter, I feel bad for Mike Breen and Clyde and that. They were just saying, it was a rotten first quarter of basketball, both sides. I just expected more. Like, again, I'm disappointed because Divine, how we didn't make account of ourselves last time against Orlando. We let Cole Anthony come in here and put up 17 boards or something, and tonight their guards outplayed our guards again. So
that's where it's at right there. That's the Achilles heel. If you want to say the Knicks got Achilles heel right now, that's Achilles heel right now. The backcourt.
Yep. As White Money says. We're overanalyzing it. Get rid of that bum. That's robbing us of an adequate starting point guard. Yeah.
Yeah, it's frustrating, man. Really, and like I said, what? I just can't understand how people can go from one year to the next, and like you just got finished playing basketball 7-8 months ago, and you like so it's not like it's new. Like I said, that's what's disappointing about Kemba Walker. You look at the game with Charlotte. Well, he did that 19 times last year. I mean, he had 19 a game last year. You know what I mean? Playing with Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown at 19 a game. 40 for small sample out of 43, but he knocked down 19 a game in 43 games. So it ain't like Kemba can't do it, but that defense liability, and I think him and Fournier coming to New York right now, I think that might have a lot to do with it. I just think that them cats, even though Kemba Walker might be from New York, he wasn't living in New York. You know what I mean? Now you got everybody in your ear. You got fans. People want tickets. You got to do this. You got commercials. Julius Randle shooting more commercials now than I've ever seen in his life. You know what I mean? So now they because they won last year, now they starting to get the glory. You know what I mean? But I think Kemba Walker and Kevin Fournier coming to New York, not living here. You only been here 3, 4, 5 months max. The season, let's say they came down here, they got signed in, let's say it was August, and they just got to New York. You're trying to figure this thing out. Kids in school system, all this, COVID-19, it's just everything, So, and I think it's just weighing on them cats right now. I think especially Fournier, because Fournier got children. So, off the basketball court, they still human beings. You know what I mean? They got a life too. Not all of them go around, just hanging out like they ain't got no worries in the world. The young man is a father. You know what I mean? And he probably got stuff going on in his head and trying to figure out Tibbs' system as well, which he's not catching right now. So I can see what he could be frustrated with. I know he's frustrated. I know Evan Fournier is probably frustrated as anything right now because he know that he should be giving the Knicks more than he's giving them. So that's.
Yeah, let me ask you this in the chat too. Would you rather 20 minutes of Kemba Walker, that defense, and putting up 5 points? Would you rather Miles McBride of 20 minutes playing hustle flat out D and at worst case scenario putting up 0 points? What would you prefer?
You know me, I go with the first one, bro, in a heartbeat. And he dropped 25 tonight. You know what I mean? McBride. Maybe that's why Tibbs sent him down there. Let me start getting this man ready. Cause that maybe that's why Tibbs sent him down there to give him some burn. Cause you know what?
Yeah.
Tibbs could be right now. I need somebody who's gonna be able to do this for me in that first unit. And to keep you, like I said, to keep you in this thing, man. Because like I said, when you ain't shooting right, that you better have something else that can help you do it. And I hope Deuce get on the loose, CT. I hope it's about that time. You're gonna have to make somebody. I don't know how you do it with that lineup, but it's a shame, $19 million, man, and you got to think like this here. And he, 19 and $9 million. He's like, well, damn, you know what? Well, they give me. I got a rookie making $2 million. Who could do that? I know it's a pride thing. I know he don't want to disrespect these guys like that who've been around, been a part of this game and did a lot for the game of basketball. You know what I mean? But we can't feel that way at the expense of losing. I don't care who it is. If we get to a point and Julius Randle wasn't playing good, then we need to talk about you too. So it's right now, man. I ain't got no problem with McBride, bro. For real.
Yeah, and let's ask the impending panelist that's about to come through with energy, the one, the only, Jarvis. Salute, fam.
Louisville.
Salute to the chat. Salute to my guys on the panel, CT, Divine.
Hey, you heard the question what I asked Jarvis before you came through.
What question?
Would you rather 20 minutes of Miles McBride if he put up no points but played 20 minutes of hard-nosed D, or 20 minutes of Kemba Walker putting up 5 points?
Well, what I would rather is Kemba situationally and give Miles McBride some burn. Because Kemba's in a situation to where when he got it going, then you can kind of ride him a little bit. But Evan Fournier is not the type of defender that can make up for what he lacks like that. And Kemba can't break down the defense anymore to get guys help. And he's been such a defensive liability. So he needs to be situationally at best, coming off the bench. You're gonna have to try something. You're gonna have to go with either IQ in that starting lineup at point, or you're gonna have to see if D Rose you go IQ. Now I actually do kind of like if you're not gonna try IQ. I'm just saying if you're not gonna try him in that starting lineup, I do like that IQ, Burks, Obi, RJ, Mitch type of lineup. Man, my boy Mitch went down a little bit tonight.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be all right. I think he's gonna be all right.
Yeah, I don't believe it's serious enough to keep him out.
He wanted to come back
5 or 6 or 7 games, but it's just the fact. Soon as he gets rolling, man, it looks like he goes down with a little bit, so it causes a little setback and resetting. But be honest with you, it starts with the guard play with this team. They're just point blank. The guard play has not been good. Right now, Fournier is looking like a $2 million a year player instead of a $19 million player. So he's looking straight up. And like I was alluding to, man, on the other podcast, probably was a couple of days ago. Fournier is just not an energy guy, man. He's just not an energy guy. He needs to be coming off the bench where they can kind of run some kind of motion or something with this guy, because by us playing pick and roll and too much one-on-one type of stuff, man, that's not going to suit Fournier. We have a better sense of getting him involved, pretty much more off the bench, and we're really not letting CT's. We're really not running plays right now. We are freelancing this offense, so that's another thing. So and then on top of that, rather than them having to compensate too much to try to make up for what is lacking with the guard play, so it's just causing man a trickle down effect to where this whole lineup is out of whack. Tonight we did not take good threes. Ball movement wasn't good. Defense wasn't all together on point. The bench is still, being solid, but that starting lineup needs to shake up, and because what I wanted to see, I know we gave it 20 games, but I gave it 15 to 20 games. And I'm going to actually start with the lower end of that. I'm going to start with this being a 15 game. It is time to make that decision with Kemba Walker. It's time to not wait on that no longer. I've kind of get a glimpse of seeing enough, because it's going to be too much of whenever he's not scoring, the defense is just going to be so bad he's going to be ineffective. And when he is scoring, see how the other day when they played him 16 minutes and he was scoring, that's kind of a little more ideal for Kemba. But when he's scoring, you can kind of ride him. When not, you're gonna have, if you continue to start this dude and he struggles, you can't wait too long to take him out. You have to hurry up and take him out. If not, go ahead and put him on the bench now if you're not going to do it. But there's some changes need to be made with that. And I also have definitely coming to the conclusion of what I kind of think that we need to see. Also, we need a bigger wing so we can slide RJ to that 2 spot, man. We need a bigger wing because I don't know what it is about Terrence Ross and the other dude, but it just looked like that wing position is causing little problems too, because RJ them having to work extremely hard. So I think it's time to see about getting something at that wing position. But first things first, that point guard situation and Evan Fournier possibly coming off on the bench role situation. Try that first and then go from there. And we may need some more size when it comes to their bench, because when Mitchell went out, man, Mo Bamba them just it just wasn't a good situation, man. So and I'm just hoping I'm on eggshells with their health holding up right now. So some changes need to happen sooner rather than later. I'm glad I'm glad that McBride did get some burn, because one way or another he was not being utilized in the rotation. So I am for one glad that he did go to G League, and he scored what 25 points tonight, and Sam and Nick scored what 32. So at least he got some burn. So like what Devon said, maybe teams is getting ready to turn the young man loose, because he did say he was going to get their opportunities. He just didn't say when. So man, maybe I think it's time. We don't need to wait on that no longer. No more longer. It's enough of trying to just say, let's see what Kimba does and Fournier. The guys, they're out of sync. That unit is out of sync in the first quarter and in the first unit. So changes need to be made now, and that's where I would start. Loving Obi, but again, my man was taken out the game again. Hey. But shout out to the chat, man, and everybody. I just kind of was sitting back, looking at everybody in the chat, man, and you have to come to the conclusion that some of those changes are gonna need to happen. So this is about the time to start doing it right now.
Yeah, go ahead, Divine.
Yeah. I second a lot of what you said, Jarvis. It's just the time. Let me ask you a question. You can always stretch a Kemba out. You know what I mean, for the money we gave him.
Yeah,
facts.
It ain't the end all be all with Kemba. That's why I was like, I'm hoping he pan out, guys. I'm not telling nobody. I want Kemba to pan out. I want Fournier to pan out. I want all these dudes to pan out. I'm not hoping that nobody get traded. But if the situation don't get better and they just not what we thought they were going to give us, which I hope that's not the case, because I think that front office is smarter than that. I think they know Evan Fournier can't do this the whole season. But until he's ready, send him on the bench. Let him come off the bench and free flow with that offense. Like I said, I think he'll fit better with them because he have guys who gets to the hole a lot, kick the ball, quickly gets to the hole. Like I said, David Rose goes to the hole. Alex Burks can get to the hole. So that frees him up to get wide open threes when they run in a fast break. He'd be a trailer, or you see, when he coming down in the corner, he pop out or whatever. Evan Fournier might fit that team, but I think Evan Fournier fits that second. That's what the second unit need, and I think the first unit needs somebody like Obi Toppin, somebody who just don't demand to score the ball, but he could score because of his game, the way he plays. I just think that we got too many guys in that first unit who are all scorers. Everybody got that. The only way they're gonna have a good game if they in rhythm, because they jump shooters, all of them. They all jump shooters. So the only way they're going to have a good game, they get in rhythm. When you got four guys trying to shoot one basketball, that's a lot of rhythm to try to blend into a team. And I think that's where it is affecting. Like CT said, Fournier used to having that ball. He was 1, 2, or 3 on the team every time he played. He was the second guy. Next to Vucevic or what. He was that second dude. You know what I mean? So now he not getting the shots he probably was getting down in Orlando. So it's tough. Kemba Walker was the number one dude at one time. They might just have.
You only have one ball, so somebody's gonna suffer, and that's why they need to mix this stuff up. I agree with D. Ross. It is how Kemba is being used, but the bottom line is the way if they're looking to continue to use him the way he's being used, it's better to use him coming off the bench, man. It's just what it is. Because his defense is going to be too much of a liability, and then if he's not hitting, he's not going to be able to give us much.
Yeah, so, facts. And also, I want to say that what are we doing in a way that we're not doing anything for the future? What's a 30-year-old, 31-year-old Kemba? That's not the same Kemba no more. What forcing him in this role? What is that going to do for the future? We already know he's not that starting point guard that's going to get us there. So why not pivot and start investing in the future guys, a quickly Deuce McBride tandem, like the rest of the league is doing it. Look at Cole Anthony, Jalen Suggs. They're rookies and they're outplaying our vets. If that don't tell you that we need to make a change, then then what does need to change? Cole Anthony already lit us up last time, and he come back and did the same thing again. So, yeah, quickly, Divine, quickly needs that opportunity. And Deuce McBride, I'm glad he's getting burned now. Like Jarvis said, I had a great game. Any time a player comes into the G League and in their very first game puts up 25 and 9, that tells you they're a cloth above whoever else they're playing against.
Yep, facts. You know what? The Kemba experiment. You know what? I see why Tiz won't do it, because I think he said if we go young, they might think that we're not gonna want to compete to play in the playoffs. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I do think he realized that might be so, but Deuce McBride might give you a better chance to me of keeping us having a chance to stay in net to get to the playoffs. You know what I mean? Right now, you can't have a man scoring 30, but he give up 35, or he scored 25, but the other dude who he playing against gave up 27. That's where we at with Kemba Walker. Yeah, Kemba Walker get you buckets, but he giving up mad buckets. You know what I mean? So he's always going to be in that plus, that minus, because he could score, but the other dude he going up against a score too, 9 out of 10. He gonna be in that minus. And I just think, I don't think it's right now. He don't fit what we trying to do defensively, and that's the bottom line. The New York Knicks team is built on defense. First and foremost, that's what New York City basketball has always been about, even since Red Holzman back in the 70s. New York Knicks always prided that basketball team on defensive fundamentals. And right now, and Kemba Walker just don't got it. He just don't, he can't, and he can get you a bucket, like I said, but he can give up a bucket. And I think that's what we were missing that, man. So I think we need to make that move, like you guys said, and just shake it up. Ain't nothing wrong with shaking up for a minute. And then once Kemba, like I said, once Evan Fournier and them get back in rhythm and they game popping, then you know what? Then you bring them back. But right now, them cats need to sit down for a minute.
Yeah, that's exactly part of why I was saying what I was saying. It wasn't that I'm saying that anybody had to be traded. I'm talking about a reset, man, so things can, start popping on that starting unit, and you don't take away from the second unit at the same time. So that's why I think those changes need to be made, and that's why I say sooner rather than later. But man, it's just so frustrating because of the defensive. If it's one thing for Kimmer not to be giving it, and then Fournier is not to be giving it, so now it's totally on Randall, Mitch, and they overextending themselves, and RJ, and they're totally extending themselves, and that's why changes have to be made. Not to mention you got Grimes still on the on the thing too. So I don't know what's been happening, but it seems like to me, and this is just me, it seems like something is up, CT and Divine. It seems like it's a possibility something, the Knicks is about to do something. I think the shakeup is about to happen.
Yeah, because on that note, Jarvis, I think Tom Thibodeau ain't invested in Kemba as much as he is Quickly. I'm happy to say that. Like, he absolutely loves Quickly, and I don't think he's as invested in Kemba. If he got the nod from upstairs to say, all right, go with Quickly, he'll do it. I just think
that's what he needs, the nod.
Yeah,
that's why he haven't did it. Because some of those decisions they're gonna run upstairs before he make a decision on it. But I think they're gonna have a meeting on there, and that was a very good point that you put up there with Alton Lee about them back screens, man. That's not we need to start doing that. We got to have somebody to set back screens, man. Got to. But yeah, and man, we need somebody, man, that can to work in that paint too.
Like some wood and a garbage man, like Alton Lee says.
Exactly.
We got one garbage man, Divine, and he's 36 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And that reminds me of Rock, the old sitcom. he's an older gentleman, so forth is just sports terminology wise. But boy, if it would be any kind of way I could combine Taj with his experience and and the way he plays with the body and the structure of Sims, we in the youth of Jericho Sims, boy, we'd have something. Because if you can combine them two.
Yeah. Well, hey, let's hope that these cats get a popping up. Some of them young guys, CT, and you know what? The Knicks might say, you know what? We need energy. You know, it seems like what we lacking. We got there, but they just can't get in. That first unit missed energy, man. It's just energy, bro. I mean, I'm like, them cats play like they playing in cement to me. I'm like, all y'all do is stand around. Y'all don't, you know what? RJ is about the only one in that whole starting unit, except for Randall when he having a good night. Well, push that ball up the floor and just go. Just go. You know, I mean, team, when you're playing half court offense so much, all you allowing the team to do is the other team to set their defense. That's all they're doing. You know what I mean? We play so much half court game that we allow another team just to set their defense.
And then that's why RJ with that second unit, Divine. That's why when you see him with the starting unit, it's just like a different RJ. Yep, you see him with the starters, but when he plays with that different lineup with Burks and Quickly and all of them, it's like a different pace, man, that he plays with, and that's more suited for RJ. And I tell you what, man, our offense has been a little too predictable, been one-dimensional, and also, man, yeah, we got answers that we can try on this bitch. You just got to get the nod to do it, and they just got to do it, man. And Elton Lee, exactly. We do need a Marcus Smart type of player. That's exactly what we need.
Yep. And you know what? And he I wonder that McBride.
And that's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm looking at. And I am really surprised, to be honest with you, though, guys. I would have thought at least by now, and this was before that he was sent to the G League. I thought some kind of way McBride would have been at least worked into like up to, man, if he could have gotten 10 minutes a game, just 10 minutes a game, even if it wouldn't have been through the first 5 games. But after that, if he'd have started getting 10 minutes, I believe we'd have seen a major difference.
Yep. ACT, let me ask you a question. Can you picture this here? I mean, just for the, because all 5 of these guys played on his team last year. They played together. I would literally, because of their chemistry and the way they play, put Emmanuel Quickly and Obi Toppin in the Knicks uniform. I mean, in the starting lineup. I would. Because you know what? Him Quickly, RJ, and Obi Toppin running up the floor with Julius Randle and Mitchell Robinson. That's crazy. You know what I mean? And you're not losing too much because Quickly can knock the 3 ball down just like Kemba Walker can, you know, from a percentage standpoint. Obi Toppin can get buckets that my man just not getting, and rebound, and, you know, possibly play better defense. And now you got a bigger front line, and all 5 of them cats can run up and down the floor. Richard Robinson can get up the floor, you know, once he lose that weight. You know, Randall can run up the floor, RJ can run up the floor, Obi can run up the floor, and Quickly can run up the floor. And you don't lose nothing on the offense to me. Nothing. But you gaining more energy. And that's why I think they should go with them 5 dudes been on the Knicks last year. They was there. They played together, Mitchell Robinson. Them guys got cohesion. They got chemistry. They know each other. I would put Obi Toppin and Emmanuel Quickly in that starting unit. And let Randall and RJ be the main dudes, and Quickly gonna be that guy. Just he gonna get his 15 or 20 because he ain't got no pressure on him. And we know RJ and Randall, that allows RJ and Randall to do their thing. Just use our 2 horses. You the 1-2 punch. Everybody else come after y'all. See, right now we don't know if Randall the 1-2 with RJ or Randall the 1-2 with Kemba Walker. You know, to me it just kind of I just think they need to throw Quickly my man in there. And let them boys get up and down that floor and run that basketball and shoot them 3s. Now they don't have to rely on the 3 so much because now they get up and down the floor. They just got to shake that thing up. I don't think Fournier, and I think it's going to be better defense. I think Quickly defense is better than Kemba Walker's, and I think Obi defense is better than Fournier. Just almost on a level of because he get blocked shots and stuff like that. I'm saying maybe not one-on-one. But I think that'd be a better lineup to me. That'd be a nice team right there with them 5. They could be on that floor together. I would love to see that in New York. You don't lose nothing because you still got Fournier and Kemba Walker on the bench. So
Yeah, I'm giving it. I think with Tibbs, at least 20 games, he'll make a change if this continues. Because think about it, these are the winnable games. If we're doing this to Orlando, what's going to happen when we're playing Miami, Atlanta? Like we can afford these little hiccups because we're still one game over 500. If we're 5 games under 500, there's going to be sweat beads coming off people's heads. You know.
Yeah. Because you look at it this way. If you had to take that team presently constructed, let me ask you a question, Jarvis. If you had to make a change on that team right now, what change would you make? Let me get everybody's opinions on what change would you make if you had to make that change?
Well, like you said, I definitely don't mind seeing IQ getting that try that start at the point guard position. I would immediately take Kemba out of the starting lineup. Because maybe they're better suited to try to focus on getting the rhythm man coming off the bench some kind of way. You sent Deuce to the G League, and in my opinion, man, I think they need to recall that young man up, man. I really don't think he should have went to the G League, but the fact that he went and get some burn is what I'm happy about. So, hey, but that's one change that I will make. Like I said, I wouldn't have a problem with trying Obi at the wing position, but it wouldn't surprise me if I mean, well, let me ask you this: what is the consensus on? Is anybody looking at possibly what's going on with the situation with Amir Sim?
He's with the G League too.
So he's with the G League?
Yep. He's with the G League too. I think he's missed a few games, but I think they signed a Luka Samanic. He's a more highly touted player in that position. But yeah, Amir Sims will probably cook in the G League for this season. I don't really see him coming up. But I have been on record, Divine, and Jarvis is saying about Wayne Selden. Like what the hell is Wayne Selden doing, taking up a roster spot?
Get him off the roster, man, so you can free that roster spot up for something we can use.
Right. Yep.
Even if that means make a low caliber trade for some kind of wing to bring some energy in, maybe for like a second round draft pick or a couple of second round draft picks. It's a way you can do that, man. But those are some of the changes I would start right there first, man. Is the IQ situation. Maybe at the point guard, or maybe you talk to, or maybe you see about D Rose. Starting if you feel like if he wants to, but starting with that Kemba Walker situation and Fournier possibly going off the bench, even if you have to go Burks, I don't really care. But something needs to happen from that dynamic. I would start there first.
Yeah. All I try to do, CT, is just I'm trying to Mitch and Matt's youth and experience. You know what I mean? Because you know what I mean, and that's the reason why we don't even that start. Even if you did that, what I'm talking about with the start, there won't be a lot of experience, but they had experience playing together. I do believe that even if Evan Fournier come off the bench, don't mean he have to play bench minutes. He could still play starter minutes. That's not my concern. He can still get started minutes, come off the bench. It's just that I think we need to have guys there who can start the game with some energy. And that's all I'm saying about Evan Fournier. Evan Fournier is a good basketball player, man. Let's not get it twisted. The young man career average speaks for itself. But right now, the Knicks is lacking energy. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's our number one goal, and it's affecting our defense, and it's affecting the way we shoot the ball because there's no energy. You know what I mean? Listen, you could play. We all play basketball. What happened? You playing basketball on the court, and the cats you playing with they not doing nothing. You know what I mean? And I think that's all it's really about. Because to me, like Elton Lee said, only reason I'm with that because, like I said, the way Julius Randle is playing basketball in the NBA right now, he's playing like a 3. So that's why the only reason I said put Obi in there at the 4 because we need somebody who can get up and down the court and give us some energy, dude. We too stagnant. All we do is stand there in that perimeter and drop threes all day. Nobody getting to the bucket. Nobody running out on fast breaks. Nobody getting transition points. Who else we gonna take? We don't make a trade for the Knicks. How are we gonna break this thing with our first unit not getting out on fast breaks? They're not getting. They not don't have a pace to their team. You know, they just stand around jacking up threes. You know, so what are we gonna do with the team that we have that could change that dynamic? And the only person I see could do that to me is Emmanuel Quickly right now, Derrick Rose and Obi Toppin. They're the only thing, God, that could change that flow of that offense in the first unit where it's got a little bit more pace as well. Because, you know, people are they on us with this 3-point stuff. You know, they're going to say, you know what, they get in zones all the time. Then and next thing you know, and they just say, just play man up on them. Just keep them up. And that's what they're doing to us. So, you know, and we only gave up 104 points tonight. That's not bad defense tonight. It wasn't bad. We gave up 104, but it wasn't our best. But I think that the offense is starting to rub off on the defense. You know what I mean? Because in the psyche, Julius Randle, if we don't have a good offensive game, it might mess with his defense psyche. Same as Evan Fournier. If I ain't got a good offensive game, I might not be into the game because I'm not shooting the ball well. So you might don't have that passion to play on the defensive end. And I think that's what's killing us right now. You know, so we got to find a way to get that part together. But we do got to get some energy in that first unit, man. Because one thing about Alfred Payton, what did he do better than a lot of these cats doing now? He did move that ball up the court, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he attacked the basket.
Right, he attacked the basket. He did run up. He might not have been good shooting the ball, but Alfred Payton brought energy to that team like that because he would get up that court or he would pound that ball. He would pound it and get up in there. And we just ain't got nobody doing that this year. You know what I mean? And I just
missing two-way guys like Fournier and Kemba. They play one side of the ball, and when they're not shooting well, they're not doing anything else. We need basketball teams win with two-way players. You know, your shot's not falling, you're defending. You know, last year we had players that defended, but their offense wasn't great. We've got players now with better offense, but they can't defend. We're still in search of players that, you know, it's like a carousel. You know, we just continue to make these signings, Divine Jarvis, that, you know, they just don't get it done at the end of the day.
Yeah. And let me ask you a question. So if you guys like we said, the backcourt they struggle, we need to change that up. Let's just leave the Obi thing out of for now. Let's just go back to what you said, CT. So you said just do Quickly and Burks, correct?
Yep.
And then you take Fournier and Kemba Walker, and put them at the backup. So now you got Kemba Walker, Fournier. Who gonna be that? Obviously, Obi, I guess. Obi. Who gonna be the three now that at Burke's side to the two? Obviously, we had to slide. Because you have Derrick Rose and Kemba play the 1-2, right?
Yeah. And
then you slide. Who gonna do the 3?
Fournier.
Okay.
It has to be Fournier.
Okay, so you're right. So now you got Fournier, Obi, and Noel. And Lord, we missing that man too. You know what I mean? We missing Noel, man, big time. Because we know that height is killing us in New York. You know, him and it's killing us in New York, that height. But yeah, I don't have a problem with that, just due to the fact Rose could control the offense. Kemba can get buckets. Rose can get buckets. Fournier can get buckets. You know what I mean? And Obi Toppin and Nerves Noel just do what they do. So it's still not a bad move to me. I just think that you might have to have Derrick Rose. You still got Derrick Rose and Obi. I still think you get that up and down game. I do. I think that you still can run that game up and down, and and Kimber and them not so much. But so it's a tough dilemma with them dudes, man. It's a tough dilemma.
I think Tibbs is giving it one more game max. This is my opinion. I think he's going to see this Houston game. He's going to do it. No, I don't think he's going to wait any longer than that with this tough stretch. He might even do it now because we got one soft game, fellas, to see what it looks like. Get them acclimated for this wave we're about to hit. What do you think?
That's what I would do. That's exactly what I would do, CT. What you're talking about right there. So that the guys don't just come in straight on that brutal stretch, trying to do it. Give them a game to get acclimated and to get with after that to get get in sync, especially with the flow of how the players is going to go forward whenever we start that stretch after that Houston game. I think they need one game to get at least acclimated. But yeah, well, whatever they do, I'm gonna just say like this: whatever they do, but they do need to try something different than what they have been trying. So whether they do what Divine says, bring Obi in and try him at the 3, or like Elton Lee said, try Randall at the 3, put Obi at the 4. Whatever they do, they need to make some kind of change sooner rather than later, because we got to see how it looks.
Yeah. You're trying to kill two birds with one stone too. Because I believe this here. We are not a tall team. We got to fight for every week we get, man. You think? Look at our starting lineup. Small at the point guard, small at the shooting guard. RJ really small for his position because he just been there. Randall small for his position. Randall only 6'9". You know what I mean? He ain't like he's 6'10", 6'11". You know what I mean? And we got Mitchell Robinson. After that, so that's the reason why sometimes you got to look at, why I say, and let me just go back to this real quick. I'll leave it on. Only reason I say Obi Toppin for this reason. Let me go back to what I'm saying. He do not demand the basketball. You can't have, I've never seen the NBA team since I've been watching basketball my whole life that they got players in there that all do the same thing. Dennis Rodman didn't shoot a basketball. Charles Oakley wasn't a good he wasn't a good shooter. I mean, he didn't rely on his offense. You don't have to rely on Obi Toppin's offense. You can rely on his energy, his effort. You don't have to have all scorers on your team, and that's why your team be sucked on defense, because you got all scorers on offense. We decided to sacrifice our defense this year because we want our offense to get better. So I can live with that, but not at the expense of your offense is not working. What do we lack in New York right now in the starting unit? Transition points. No matter what nobody say, that's the problem in New York. We don't get up and down the floor. We all been saying that we want Tibbs to open up the offense. Well, you know what? Tibbs can't open up. The cats on the floor can't do it. Tibbs can tell Julius Randle and RJ and all of them to run the point, run the floor. But if my man Kemba Walker can't get up the floor like he used to, Fournier don't get up the floor like he used to, Mitch trying to get in shape, he can't do it like he used to, and Randall and RJ sometimes RJ about the only one literally can run up that floor. We're gonna have this problem for a minute because we're gonna be relying on stagnant basketball unless they're not moving around, running a triangle like they do sometimes. Shit, run a triangle, move the damn ball around, and when the man open, you pop it. And I don't know, man. We too small down there. I believe that. Watch when you go up against guys like Dwight Howard and Anthony Davis, 2 7-footers, or Giannis and Brook Lopez when they get back. You know what I mean? Yeah. When we go up against them big teams, Julius Randle going to have it hard. That's what they did last year in the playoffs. You know what they did? They put DeAndre Hunter on Julius Randle because DeAndre Hunter about 6'9", 6'10", but he's strong. Him and Clint Capella made it hard for the Knicks. All they did was turn around, pop, and shoot jump shot. That's going to be the problem with this team right now. That's why the only reason I said put that boy in there, just to give us some size, man. Because we're gonna get killed. We can't hang with no Brooklyns and Joel Embiid and Tobias Harris and these guys down the line with all that height. We just without Noel, we just like nobody in our team but Mitchell Robinson without Noel is over 7 foot. Everybody's 6'10". Todd Gibson 6'10", 6'10" hot tops. Julius Randle 6'9" tops. Knox is about 6'9" tops. We don't have no guys who's 6'10", 6'11" who can do these things, except for the guy in the G League.
Luka, yeah,
right.
Luka,
yeah, that's the only cat we got that can do them things. We ain't got nobody like that. That's all.
On that, I just want to say, Tibbs said only like 2 weeks ago that he prefers Miles McBride and these players to stay with the club, big club, and the fact that we're seeing this today means there's some sort of shift, Jarvis, in Leon maybe saying Leon overriding him or something's changed, because Tibbs only said 2 weeks ago to the reporters, he said, I think these guys are better staying with us. I'm not sending them down. And today we sent Miles McBride down.
You know what, TT, you got a point with that. I want to see. I hinted at something to that effect. Maybe like about a few shows ago, when I was talking about them making sure that front office and Tibbs, all of them is kind of on the same page with whatever they're looking to do. And I'm hoping something is. I'm hoping a crack is not starting to show with that. I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping. So I'll put it. I won't say that just yet, but that is kind of ironic, CT, that all of a sudden we hear of, and I didn't even hear of nothing ahead of time. It was just today I found out the man was gone to the G League. Just it seemed like out of nowhere after Tibbs said what you just said he said. So I don't know, but one thing I do know, that young man needs to be recalled back on this roster. I know that. Whoever made that decision need to make another decision to bring that young man back on this roster. Because I agree with Tibbs. He's better suited to be on this roster, man. He just need an opportunity.
Yep.
Got to give him some playing time.
Hey, Jarvis, that's why I think they did it. I think Tibbs might have been like, all right, you know what? Let me get the rust off to do because like this other stuff ain't working. Tibbs could have been the one, like, you know, sometimes the G League, they might be down a man, they got injuries, and they might have to call a guy up from the team to come down there and play for them. Could have happened. Sometimes, you know, I don't know what and they've been losing pretty bad down there in the G League. So they probably say, you know what? Let me get him down there, get him a little run, get him a little rust off of him. And
December 10.
Yeah.
The December 10 date's inching closer now, 3 weeks away.
Yep, we might be surprised. They might got something lined up we don't even know about. It would have spared the door. You know, they know at the trade deadline, at least they know that their core was going to be there. Julius Randle and R.J. Barrett, and you know the new guys. You know they ain't all guaranteed, but I do think that if by the trade deadline that the Kemba thing ain't what we thought it was, then you got to move them. You know, it's only $9 million contract. He could help a playoff. He could help a playoff team. You know, could think about it. He might got to understand, like Carmelo and Anthony and all of them. It's time to take a back seat. You know, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, you had a good 10-year career. You know, 4-time All-Star, All NBA third team. You know what I mean? Get buckets and all that. But it might be time for you to go to the bench. It might be. You know what I mean? I think Kemba Walker would not have a problem with that staying in New York. I'm by my mom. I'm by my sister. I don't care if I come off the bench, whatever. You know what I mean? He might not even have a problem with that at this stage in his career. I don't think he's gonna have an ego about it. You know, because he know right now, listen, man, 2 teams passed on you. You know what I mean? 3 actually. You went from Charlotte to Boston, Boston to Oklahoma, Oklahoma to us. You know, you playing on 4 teams in the last 2 years. Kemba Walker, basically. You know what I mean? So
he gave up on you.
Right. So it might be time for you to accept reality and say, you know what? I could be a spark plug off the bench, you know what I mean, and go get that dude that you needed, that one. If he ain't on a team, he's somewhere else. But I do think we need to address that moving forward. If we don't think Kemba Walker's going to come back to where he was, then I think Leon wrote them because you know what they're looking for. I think that's it. I think that's a lot of nobody talking about trading everything, but I think they got to iron one prize out there at that guard spot, and I think he's important. And I believe that. I think the Knicks is waiting to see how that thing in Portland play out. And I say that to say that because that's why they did that. That Kemba Walker money is easy to move. And if you don't move Kemba or somebody, it's easy. It's easy to move money. Fournier contract and Alex Burks, all that. I mean, anything can happen. But I don't think Kemba might not be the answer long term. I don't think he got it. He might not have it in him. You know what I mean? I want to be optimistic about him, CT. I just don't think he got it in him.
Yeah, and I think I'm not against Jarvis against swapping D Rose with Kemba. You know, as long as you're not playing D Rose too many minutes, but he should start. Kemba should be the backup now.
Yeah, because and I understand why there's skepticism about D Rose going to the lineup because D Rose mans that second unit, so good. But like I said, man, you can give a lot of with IQ there with him. I don't see that being a problem. You don't have that doesn't mean that you have to increase his minutes so much. You got guys that you can kind of split minutes with him and put IQ more up in that rotation situation. You bring somebody like Deuce in. There's minutes there for that guy, so you won't have to burn D Rose out if you do that. But it's just I know that it's just like will you see the second unit being run this thing? But look, man, I'd rather take a chance on it. So whether they go IQ or D Rose, I'm with it either way. But either way, a change needs to be made with it.
Yeah.
Because I alluded a few shows ago that we just having to come to the realization that Kemba is just not going to be the Kemba that he was. That's just not going to happen. Whenever he's able to score some points, you can kind of ride him a little bit. When he's not, he's going to be a defensive liability. So you just have to make sure other guys have minutes. I think you have to come to the realization we're going to have to just use him situational. That's just me personally.
Don't forget, fellas, we waived Luka Vildoza so we could keep Wayne Selden. So that must have been because we thought Deuce was good enough, right? You don't just waive Luka and keep a journeyman.
Exactly. And sure, at this point, I'm almost wishing we had Vildoza.
I would have liked to see what it looked like, Divine.
What it would look like.
6'3".
Who's a point guard?
Exactly.
Hey, let me ask you a question, CT and Jarvis. Do you think, even though we had the same expectations for this team and nobody jumping off the bandwagon, but to me, shaking it up it's still the same team. You know what I mean?
That's why we haven't jumped off the bandwagon, Divine, because all we're talking about is just some kind of change and so forth. That's from lineup aspect wise. We ain't talking about just restructuring the whole, just tearing down the whole team,
right?
And replacing the whole team. We're just talking about lineup adjustments for right now until something else that they look at, they figure they may want to bring in. The only other thing that maybe I may do is if you want to bring in some kind of a wing or something to kind of add to it, but it's going to be predicated on us freeing up that Wayne Selden spot.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, I think Tibbs coming to the realization that it's here. You are who your records say you are, and right now our records say we 8-7. So that's why I think the change might be coming, because I don't think Tibbs in his right mind could have thought this was going to be like this here. You know what I mean? None of us did. None of us. We some of us might be over optimistic, or somebody we might be optimistic, but we damn sure didn't think that it was our starting unit was going to be playing like this. You look at the first game. Look at the first game of the season, the way we were playing. So you seen what this team was capable of doing. Then next thing you know, reality set in, and I didn't think, guys, I'm gonna be honest with you, I did not think Evan Fournier was gonna come out the gate like this. I didn't. That's why I was optimistic about this thing, because I thought that if he just give us his career numbers, and I know you can't really rely on what a person did the last year or the past year, whatever the case may be, but I thought if he coming here this year and give us a 17, 16, 17 game, Kemba Walker give us 15, 16, 17 a game, I was banking on that, but they are underperforming so bad, that's like Mad Crow eating right now with Sweet Baby Ray's on it, because they got a lot of us eating crow right now. Kemba Walker and Alex Burks. And I'm not Alex Burks and Evan Fournier. And there's more Evan Fournier to me. He is playing pitiful basketball to be getting $19 million.
Yeah, straight facts, right? Yeah, career average. You're entitled to expect that.
Right.
But like I said, when you put a talented player with 4 other talented players or other offensive players that need the ball, it doesn't mean that player is going to be as effective as they were.
Exactly.
There's only one basketball, like you said. Sometimes you need to blend 3 scorers with 2 stoppers.
Yes.
And on the bench, 3 scorers with 2 stoppers. Or something. And with that said, I'm going to bring in the next man. He needs no introduction. The one, the only, Baked Beans. Salute, fam.
Bake, what up, bro?
What up?
What's up, Beans?
Devon, CT, streets are buzzing. Y'all already know what it is, man. Oh man, where do we start, man?
Get it off?
Yeah, gotta let Devon save him for about 2 hours. So I'm gonna calm down. Y'all let Devon get his 2 in before y'all know.
The floor is yours, brother. I am doing. Hey,
Yo, shout out to Bob, man. But it kind of feel like, to me, it kind of feel like Randall giving up on Tibbs. Like, I don't know if I'm the only one getting that vibe, but it kind of feel like he giving up on him. And I mean to say that is, how many regular shots Randall took today that wasn't a three? Regular shots, right? Except one.
Right? He launched 10 threes today.
4.
Yep, he shot one shot that
11.
wasn't a three.
What happened to all that pick and roll we was just doing last game?
The freestyle.
Went out the
Remember
window.
that we was just talking about? Oh, the pick and roll looking great. Oh, I can't wait to see him do this with the pick and roll. Him and him do the pick and roll. Not even one time today for our All-Star. This I don't know, man, but I ain't gonna hamp on Randall because it's not all his fault. It started at the top though. And we've been saying this for weeks. If he's not focused, it's just gonna look bad. It's gonna look bad. That second unit saved us once again. What happens at the end? Who he pulls out and put back in? The whole Obi thing again, right?
Yep.
It's like we can't win, yo. Like, and then I said this earlier too. Like, when the team pull out a zone against us, it's like kryptonite.
Yep.
Like we don't know what to do. We beat it one time, and then it got us for the rest of the night. Can y'all help me out with that?
Yeah, it was interesting. You know what? I know what I think it is too, Butterbean. No, I think Julius Randle frustrated with Evan Fournier. That's what I think.
Yeah.
I think Evan Fournier is messing that whole thing up, bro. He is throwing a monkey wrench in the game right now. He got that team playing horrible because he is not giving them. It's 6-on-4 out there.
Facts.
Yeah,
it's 6-4 out there, bro. That's how bad Fournier is playing. You know what I mean? He not giving us nothing. And Randall, like, man, when Randall would tonight feel like he had to do it because nobody else was doing it, and that's what I'm scared of. With RJ not shooting good, Kimber not getting it, Fournier not getting it. Now Randall feel like he gonna have to go play hero ball because them other cats ain't doing nothing. So I guess he feel like right now, what else can I do? And that's the problem. I think because them dudes is not shooting that ball, Randall seemed like he got to go back to old Randall to try to save the team because Fournier ain't giving us nothing, bro. And now it's putting all the pressure back on Randall to go to that ISO ball because who else going to score the ball? Ain't nobody. Mitchell Robinson can't score. He had a good game tonight. If RJ off, as CT, if RJ off, Fournier off, and Kemba Walker off, all they doing is putting the pressure right back on Julius Randle. And then you know what? And they're gonna burn him out. So I think Evan Fournier is the big reason why Baked Beans and maybe Tibbs as well. I don't want to say giving up Tibbs. It seems like he believes in Tibbs, and Tibbs helped that man have a good year last year. I don't know. He could be. I'm not saying he is, but I think a lot of this stuff is starting with Evan Fournier. Because sometimes, somebody, a bad apple could spoil a whole bunch. And I just think that he's right now not playing the way he needs to play.
Pie.
Yeah, right. He's spoiling it, man. It's like, somebody, you get a cold, and you get that cold to somebody else. That's what Fournier is. He's spreading a virus through that joint.
Yeah, that's that. And it's kind of making you question the front office. Like, we putting our trust in y'all. And then this is what nobody really liked the signing from the get up. Let's keep it a buck. When we signed him, everybody was like, Fournier we could have went another route with that. You know what I'm saying? And then to bring in Kimber, it was like, okay, we on the right track. And then this is like disgusting out here. Like, we need to do something now. Mm-hmm. I don't want to wait 20, 25 games, 30 games, a quarter. No, let's do something right now.
All right. What do you want to see, Beans?
We're gonna have to. I hate to say it, but one of them got to get benched immediately. Either him or Kimber. We can't have both of them in the starting lineup. Kimber not guarding and him not hitting shots, doing what he need to do. One of them got to come off the bench or situational.
Yep.
And I really want situational because I want Grimes to get some time. I want Quickly as the point guard. Bring Grimes up on the second unit. And then Kimber, you'll just be situational, buddy.
Yep.
Exactly.
We're with it. We're with that. Alec Burks and quickly. I'd do. Kemba and they're not bringing it. They're not bringing it from. We're no different from last year's squad, gents. You know, like Randall's got all the pressure to score. D Rose is overexerted. Nothing's changed except we spent money.
Yeah. And you know what, too, Jarvis? And you know what, Tibbs probably think, you know what, Fournier, Kemba Walker probably, not out of respect, just a level of, because you can't do this. I think Tom Thibodeau probably, like, to him, from a defense liability, they no different than Kevin Knox and them to him right now. You know what I mean? Why do you think Knox is sitting down there not playing? Because he got no D. Kemba Walker, you know, you got to give him his respect because he's a savvy veteran. He done did it all. He been there. But I think from a defense standpoint, Tibbs know that he's a liability to that team. And, you know, and I don't think that was a Tibbs signing. I know Tibbs welcomed it.
He wanted Bullock.
Yeah, I know he welcomed it.
I think he wanted to keep him. I think he wanted to keep Bullock, like you said, CT. That would have made way more sense. They could have
kept Bullock in him for that price of beans.
Especially for his defense.
Yeah, Burks got $10 million and Reggie Bullock got $10 million. That's $20 million. You gave Fournier $19 million. You could have got two players for the price of one, and they still could do what Fournier could do and better. And
another wing defender.
Yep, and another wing defender. So, in that standpoint, yeah, you took away two people on your team last year who was there, and even if them two didn't even start, you still could have brought somebody else in there. You know what I mean?
So is Leon at fault? Are you guys putting this on Leon? This slow start?
I'm saying it starts at the top, CT. We got to be serious. Who's pulling, or who? He's the ones that's getting the check signed. So it got to start with him.
Yeah.
Because rumblings.
I think real quick. I think the Kemba thing was just by chance. I don't think their plan A was Kemba.
Right.
Yeah. I think they just fell. They panicked and it was Dennis Schroeder or it was Kemba. And that's all they were left with.
But we had other options, man. We could have traded a first round and got that kid from Cleveland.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We could have had. I was a real function of getting him before he got hurt. And remember, he got hurt against us.
Yeah.
Yeah, Colin Sexton. Yeah, I wanted that long, bro. I thought that would have been a nice move. But
got him for a round pick.
Yeah, you know what? But you know what it is? The good thing about it. You sit Kemba down right now, trade a deadline to be here. If you sit Kemba down that bench and let him play spot up situational, so be it. You know, the man got a $9 million and whatever it is, what it is. But right now, I think to me, him and Fournier, I think Fournier is the bigger issue to me. I just think that, you know, that $19 million, man, and what he giving us for $19 million is 15 games.
And then the inside rumblings is Tibbs wanted DeRozan, low key.
Yeah, Scott Perry wanted him. Scott Perry wanted him. Yep. That's crazy.
Yeah, and I think this Rokas would have been. He's absolutely balling out for Barcelona.
Yes.
Yeah,
you know,
we can't get him back until next year, right?
Right.
Right.
You know what's hard about all this stuff too, man? Because them players are help. But I think the Knicks trying to go to another. They trying to get out that first round. They built this team to be a playoff contender. They did. That's why I was so frustrated about it. Don't get me wrong, guys. We 8-7. You got Atlanta 5-9. You got Boston, whatever. We ain't the only ones sticking up the joint. Don't let's not get it twisted. We 8-7. You got some teams that's supposed to be better than us down there. You know what I mean? It's just disappointing from a Knicks fan what we seeing. Because right now, if we would have won tonight, we would have picked up so much. We would have picked up a whole game on a lot of the East. A lot of teams in the East that I thought would lose a game. The Knicks picked up one. We'd have been a game ahead of them. They all lost tonight. That's what's so frustrating, man. And then look who we losing to. You know what I mean? That's
what bugs me. You know, we're soft.
And remember, if y'all was like, "Hey, we got Orlando. Don't worry, we're gonna beat them." I'm like, "Nah, let's calm down. Let's beat them first, and then let's start talking."
Yep.
And
then, you know what? I got some sweet. I got some Kroger Sweet Baby Rays on there right now. God damn, what the Knicks handle their business.
And then we got a thirsty Houston team about to come in here.
Mhm.
Like, we can't sleep on them, or they'll beat us too.
Facts.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
let me. Yeah, on that note, before we let Jarvis, eat, I want to show you the box score for Orlando. Right, look how many players in double figures. 6,
Yeah.
almost 7 of them, almost 8 of them. So that's a team that moves the ball. That's a team that just plays, doesn't rely on 1 or 2 players. 16 points, 11 points, 12 points, 15, 13. They beat us by 1,000 cuts tonight.
Yeah, and they whole starting unit was plus. There was plus, and our whole starting unit, except for Mitch, was negative.
Oh man, it kind of feel like they walked us down. Like they knew they could walk us down in the fourth. Like, yo, don't even worry about it. About 3-4 minutes left, we're gonna turn up on them. That's how it felt.
Yeah. We can't.
And Real King, what about our strength of schedule? Remember when we first saw the schedule? We're like, here we go, fellas. Yeah, we're gonna eat. Man, we look like fools now.
Word. Yeah. Everybody has 15-5. 15-5.
Hey, Elton Lee got a good point right there. CD threw it up early, the bottom. Elliot said, I say it. I don't see any player pissed off about moving. Now that's what I mean. Where's that grittiness? Where's that hungriness? Where's being? Thank you, Elton Lee, because I remember you put that up earlier, man. You take an L, you walk out there like it ain't nothing. That's a problem. That's a problem, bro. You know what I mean? And we still, I said, Atlanta beat us with athleticism. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That athleticism and that energy, we don't got it in that first unit, and they not playing with it.
Crazy. And you know what's crazy, Devon?
Mm-hmm.
That's off.
Yeah, kick it to Jarvis for a sec.
No, I mean, hey man, I don't mind Beans going because you guys are on it, man. They're on it. Be civilized, man. That's exactly why Orlando beat us, man. Athleticism and effort, and to Alton Lee's point, man, that is a bad sign, man. You had nobody was really like it bothered them that they lost, So that's why some changes I believe changes is definitely going to be on the way, and I think it's going to be sooner than later. But like I was alluding to, I'm just hoping that nothing is going on in the front office the way it's showing a crack with them not being on the same page, because I don't want it to be an expression of somebody coming out saying one thing, then another move, then something else is being done, and that becomes a constant. Then we're gonna have to lose that there's starting to be a disconnect in the front office, and that's what I don't want, because we have so much optimism about continuity and chemistry and the belief that we have up in the front office for that to be creeping in. But a good thing about all of this, man, we do have movable contracts if we're looking at going that route. That's why I don't want to get, though I'm disappointed, I don't want to get too high or too low, because there's still stuff that we can do, but we got to start doing some. We got to start fixing some of this stuff now, man. Even if it's just one thing, just make the change. Quit second guessing it. Do something. If it's just one thing for right now, do something.
Yeah, I think Randall and them done put the pressure on Tibbs, because I go back to what I was saying. It'd be different if the whole team was playing like crap. Then I'll say, okay, Tom Thibodeau, the second unit playing lights out, and the first unit ain't playing like worth nothing, And I'm gonna put all this on Julius Randle, R.J. Barrett, Evan Fournier, and Kemba Walker. I'm putting this whole team, this 8-7, on them dudes. Like I said, you only can coach people but so much. Tom Thibodeau can't have Evan Fournier scoring 5 points. Julius Randle can't score 11 points, or they can't go 7 for 29 or whatever. You know what I mean? You ain't. I don't care who you are as a coach. You ain't winning the game. Listen, Kevin Durant didn't have a good game last night. Or what happened? Golden State bust their butt because your main dude didn't show up to the fullest. Or sometimes we got to hold these players accountable. And our players in New York are playing like shit in that first unit right now. Excuse my French. Them dudes is playing poor basketball, bro. And now we starting to shine a light on Tibbs, because the player that they gave $19 million to, $20 million to, $9 million to, playing like guys who making $1 million.
That's crazy.
So it's frustrating.
My bad.
It really is, man. It's frustrating.
That's why I said
bro.
I was just gonna say, like, we knew what we needed in free agency. We needed a point guard. We needed to get better athletically, and we needed shooting. We got shooting, but it didn't work out. So that looked like we didn't do nothing. Like, it felt like we in the same spot. Like, we didn't address none of that. None of that. Athleticism, we still need a point guard, and we still need shooting. And then our defense regressed from best to worst.
Yeah, and I think they were in love with Fournier, Beans, because they wanted Fournier at the deadline last season. That's on record. So whoever's wanted Fournier's wanted him for a long time. And when he was available, they couldn't resist giving him the bag.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And you see where it got us now, right?
Yeah, it's crazy to me. I don't know why.
He's tradable. He's out of here, I think.
He's definitely tradable, though.
Yeah,
I know how.
I was just thinking that. I was just thinking that. I'm sorry about that, Beans, but I was just thinking that with Fournier, CT. I'm thinking. This is just me, guys. I think Fournier is gone by that trade deadline. I really do.
The LA Lakers could do some of that shooting, Divine.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? I try to be objective about all this stuff because it's basketball. Right. And only thing I can tell the people in the chat, people all over, the numbers don't lie. They don't. You know what I mean? Numbers don't lie. Look at our starting unit numbers. I don't know why people are tripping. Right. Look at our starting unit numbers. Numbers don't lie. Let CT put up the box score tonight and look at the numbers. For the last 3 games, our starting unit has been minus. Not the second unit, not Obi Toppin, not Emmanuel Quickly, not Derrick Rose, not Todd Gibson. Look at that right there. That's been like that for the last 3 games. Julius Randle minus 21. The game before, them cats was up in the double digits in minus.
Yeah. You can't outscore Orlando starters, Divine.
Yeah, come on.
What does that say?
Right. Look at Fournier. Look at RJ Barrett. He shot 7 for 26. 26 shots, bro.
Man. This should have been a statement win. They punked us last time. We should have had this on the map saying we are hitting you hard in the first half, and we're putting the game to bed. We ain't got no killers right now.
Where was that fire at? Where was that fire knowing y'all just whooped our butt? Where was that fire at?
I think it left off the platform with us because it seemed like we more passionate than what I'm seeing on the court.
Yeah. Word, and Julius Randle like he just going with the motions, like it's disgusting.
I think Julius Randle frustrated with I think he's frustrated with Kemba Walker. Not Kemba Walker, with Evan Fournier. You know why? And the reason why I say that, remember how him and Reggie Bullock was doing that 1-2 game? That's what Fournier should be doing for Julius Randle right now. Julius Randle and Reggie Bullock lived off that 1-2 punch they had. Julius come down there when they draw to Julius Randle, pop that ball to Fournier. Fournier hesitating on a pull up. You know what I mean? He knows when he get the ball, he's throwing face. Shoot the ball, man. Shoot the ball. Just shoot the ball. He waiting, let God, and I think that's what Julius Randle said. Listen, ain't nobody around me doing it but me. That any good player will feel that way. On any level of basketball, any level of football, you can't be the only dude got it popping. The game over.
Let me ask you all of this. Do you think is it plausible to put D Rose in the starting lineup? Is that just crucifying ourselves, or is that possible?
I think you keep him in the second unit, man. I think you keep him in the second because he's like the head of the snake on the second unit. You know what I'm saying? Like, if anything, if I would take Quickly out the second and put him in the first and just let D Rose do what he's doing, because we don't want to. Now that Kemba is what he is, that don't mean we should put all that on D Rose now. You know what I'm saying? Like, we want him around 20 to 25 minutes still, maybe 26, 27 to be productive. We know if he go in that starting lineup, Tibbs is 30, 35 minutes than D Rose. We know that.
Facts.
Yeah.
I like Quickly too because of the energy. I just think we need, and we can't keep up with the young guys. Fournier and Kemba can't keep up with the young boys. You look at the team we losing to, and they guards is eating us up. We need somebody. I like the way IQ playing ball this year. He pressuring the ball over the before the Cats get over the half court line. He pressuring them in the back court. He playing with. He got the arms slitted out there, man. He playing better than anybody on the guard position than me in New York right now. Literally.
In his defense. Don't forget about his defense, Devon.
That's what I'm talking about. The way he playing defense. He pressing them cats up on the back court before they get that ball over half court, quickly on them. He on them.
Him and Burks. Burks been showing me something too.
That's why I like what CT said. CT said bringing Quickly and Burks and put Fournier and Kemba Walker on the bench. I have no problem with that.
And you know what? I ride with that too. Word up.
That'd be nice. You ain't losing nothing.
From the next game.
And you gain in defense.
You gain in defense. Exactly. That's exactly what I would do. I have no problem with that, bro.
When I first heard CT said it, I was with it because and then you also put Fournier against the second unit type of players too, man. And I just think it'll be a better situation and a better flow on the offense, man, for all parties involved. And then you give the starting lineup the energy and more of the defense to what they needed. And those are guys I think, because we all wanted Randall to feel like he can trust his teammates and not just take, matters when things is not going this way to go isolate and start playing one-on-one. I like him bully balling at times. So I think he would trust that lineup that CT is talking about better than the lineup that he's currently playing with.
Yeah, you hit with that real quick, Divine. Yeah, because if you put Quickly and Burks in the starting lineup, they're players that were ride and die from last season. So they got the respect of suddenly your starting five is all players from last season. So they all trust what each other went through. And the two new cats that haven't fit in go back to the bench.
Yep. Hey, you know what else? And I think everybody need to understand this here. Not us. I'm just talking about people in the chat in general. If we don't do something, see everybody talking about don't break up the second unit, then what are we gonna do with the first unit? We're gonna have to break them up. You're gonna have to break them up if this first unit keep playing like this here. So we might need to prepare ourselves for us to take a little bit of a sacrifice in the second unit to boost to the first unit. There's no way we could go through the season with that first unit like that. So if we don't bring nobody in from a trade or anything right now, we're gonna have to break up that second unit most likely. Which I'd rather have keep the second unit the way it is and let the first unit just keep stinking up the joint. We'd be out of the playoff picture before you know it. So we gotta shake it up. There's no other way. Since we all been watching basketball, that's what happens in basketball. When somebody not playing good, the coach shakes it up. He takes them out, put them in the bench, and bring a better player who can play better in the first unit. Your first unit is the one supposed to get you off the good starts, to have your second bench come up and carry the momentum. Right now, we getting off the bad starts, and our second unit has got to keep us in game. It should be the opposite. You know what I mean? So I think we don't got no choice, God. I know we love that second unit the way it is, but as of right now, we don't have no choice but to break it up.
It's not working.
It's not working. What are you gonna do? You can't. If you don't bring nobody in and to trade for nobody, and you still stuck with the same 15 guys, you're gonna have to switch it up, man. But I don't think Fournier and Kemba Walker they're not gonna get us nowhere like this. But now I agree with you guys about bringing the kids in, but now that means you telling me you're gonna sit down $19 million. You're gonna sit down.
That's the second move. The first move is to try an adjustment.
Right? Yeah. So
right.
It's hard. Man. They're definitely rocking a hard place right now. They really are, man.
Now, if that adjustment don't work, you on the chopping block, brother.
Yep.
Exactly. If the adjustment don't work,
you're on the chopping block. So that's what I think is going to happen. I think we're going to make a move. I don't think this. Listen, don't get me wrong. I want this team to catch fire and be the team we thought they were going to be. First and foremost, I definitely want to see that happen. I like the squad we got there, but right now it's just not working at this present time. And Evan Fournier and Kemba Walker and Julius Randle, RJ Barrett got to get there. You know what, together, man. You can't be this inconsistent. 1 minute you drop 21 night, then you drop 4 points. 1 minute now. Yes. All four of them. It's not even only Evan Fournier. Julius Randle, R.J. Barrett, Kemba Walker, and all the dudes are plus. They all minuses. It's not just Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier.
Right.
R.J. is a minus. Julius Randle was a minus. All of them are minuses, bro. So I'm not even blaming it on Evan Fournier and on him, but I think that them two dudes right there might have a little bit more to do with the reason why they minuses. Because Evan Fournier is not giving them anything and it's messing up the team because now Julius Randle and them forcing shots they don't want to take. You know what I mean? Because I got to shoot the ball because y'all ain't shooting it. So now that when Fournier know he off, every time he knows when Julius Randle get that boy a pass, what do we do to Julius Randle? Give it back to Julius Randle instead of taking the shot. His confidence is shot right now. You know what I mean?
He's hesitating.
Yeah, right. It's putting Julius Randle in a bad situation because now Randle's expecting you to get the ball and knock that 3-point down. You throw the ball to Julius Randle, then you're giving it back to Julius Randle again. Julius Randle give it to you again, thinking that you're going to shoot it. Now you give it back to Julius Randle. Evan Fournier is the reason why I think this team is a lot of minuses right now because his game is just going, bro. Like I said, we playing 6-on-4 out there. He's not giving us anything.
You got to ride the hot hand, gents. Like who on our ball club is the hottest player, right? Or who are the two hottest players right now? Let me ask all of you.
Quickly and Obi.
Yeah.
Or I could say Quickly and Burks.
Yep. Them three.
Yeah, them three.
Quick. So if you're losing, what do? You give the player that's thriving their shine. Give them the chance. Give them their platform. You know, this could be his coming out. You know, we could at the end of this season, we could be saying, "Oh, IQ is a legit starting NBA player now." But if we never give him that chance, we could never be saying that. You know,
you gotta throw him out
there. One thing I'll give IQ credit for tonight, also, is I think he did have 7 assists.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He had 7 assists. He played good tonight, man.
Yeah. So I think he's taking a little bit of step up even in that department as well. So, man, look, man. First things first, I will go ahead and try IQ and Burks. This is what I would do first. With Kemba and Fournier coming behind, those guys coming off the bench, and then we'll see what happens from there.
Yep. So we're with it then.
Hey, Canal threw a. Would you do that? Canal threw a trade up in there.
Let me see.
Would y'all do that trade?
Would Mini take Randall, Fournier, and Noel and 3 picks? For
Yep.
Cat and Beasley.
Yep. Without a hesitation, I'll pull the trigger.
For Cat and Beasley?
Yep.
Oh, he's saying Beasley is part of that?
Yeah, Cat
and Beasley.
Cat Beasley. 3 picks. I'd offer 2.
I would too.
2. That.
You know what? That might not be a bad thing right there.
Check this out, though. Yo, Mitch and
come
Cat.
on, man. Keep it 100, man.
Hey, yo, Mitch and Cat at the stretch 4 because he could do that.
Yeah.
And Beasley could knock him down with the best of them. So you throw
Beasley at 3.
A 3 or 2, yeah. With
bring
RJ
back into 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
With Quickly.
Yep. And then D Rose can get that starting spot. Or Quickly, like you said.
I would probably try Quickly.
IQ, RJ, Beasley, Carl Anthony Towns, and Mitchell Robinson.
Oh man, that's disgusting.
Golly, man.
What about this?
Or Obi at the 4.
I was about to say, keep
Obi at the 4.
What's what we're going to see now, fellas? We're going to see what they're made of, right? If they made a few mistakes, let's see if they admit it and they do something this season to because Divine and I have been saying, Beans and Jarvis, for a long time. We got 3 first-round picks in the next draft. We all know we don't have space to be bringing in 3 more picks.
3 rookies,
Yeah, we're playing with poker. We're playing with, we've got the upper hand, basically, in terms of what we can do. We've got tradable pieces and picks. So I think by the second half of this season, this roster won't be the same roster we're seeing.
Remember, they went after Beasley.
Yeah.
The Knicks was trying to sign Beasley in all season.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Sure was.
Yeah, they were. And I think a few wanted DeRozan. You guys are right with that. A few.
Something personal happened with Beasley off the court that made people stay away from him.
Yeah, it was like a sort of weapon charge or something like that. If the chat
something happened. Yeah,
weapon, he pulled a weapon on somebody.
Right.
But I like Beasley because Beasley got that. He got that in him. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you this: why didn't we ever get Ricky Rubio? You know, he's been traded about 300 times.
He was linked to New York heavy at one time too. Y'all remember that, right? That's why when he come here, he do that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Word.
We went for his cousin. You know. Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you a question to CT. And when do y'all start really thinking about this stuff? When do you think the panic line is for our games? When we really start thinking about the stuff we talking about, like the cat stuff and all that. When in your confidence do you think like, okay, we might gotta? What's gonna be what is it gonna take for us to really talk about? We need to start breaking things up. If it don't go a certain way, how much time you giving it?
I'm gonna say 5 games under 500. Whenever we hit that mark, hopefully we don't, but if we hit that mark, 5 games under 500, so yeah, it's gonna be on.
It depends what the date is, Divine. If it's after the December 10 deadline,
yesterday,
right?
Yeah, I'll be doing it ASAP. But yeah, I agree with Beans. I was going to say 2 games under 500 because I just think once we go under, it's going to be hard to get our heads above water again with the East. You know, someone put a great comment before. I apologize, whoever it was, but the East got so many underperforming teams that are about to turn it around. Yeah, eventually, we can't say that the Bucks, the Hawks, all these clubs are going to be bad this season. You know, eventually they're going to start going on a streak.
Oh yeah. Plus, Bucks did it already. They won tonight and they got Chris Middleton back. They got Drew Holiday back. And once Lopez get back, they're going to be in full gear. They're going to make their run. But you right.
47.
Yep, 47. And how many you said, Jarvis?
I was basically thinking online about 2 or 3 games under 500. So I'm kind of right on line with what CT was saying, but I can see why Beans would say 5 too. So somewhere in the range of what we all just mentioned is where I'm kind of looking at. Hey, okay, now we're gonna definitely have to do some kind of move. So we'll see, but hopefully just the adjustments will be enough to get us rolling. But I think that's the line where you have to consider a move like that, Devon.
Okay.
Around 2 or 3 games.
Yeah,
under 500.
I'm gonna say about the same thing you got. I'm gonna go in between 2 and 5. I was gonna say 500. You know, this is how pissed off I am. 500. One more game, lose one more game.
And I can't blame you for that one.
I'm disappointed the way my boys are playing right now, man. We deserve better than this. You don't come out against competition like that. You can't let Orlando come in here and beat you 2 times at Madison Square Garden and they rebuilding. You can't do that, bro. I'm sorry. So that's why that first unit, they got to get it together, man. Gotham City gonna really be Gotham City. You know,
that's on the players, like you said, the starting 5. Like Tibbs, I don't even think Tibbs got to say too much in the locker room, right? What more can you say after this? Yeah, it's embarrassing. It looks bad on them anyway. You know, to lose to let Orlando punk you a second time, and our home record's already bad as it is.
Yeah,
both times in the Mecca.
Right.
I just think you're missing Nerlens Noel, like you wouldn't imagine. You know, Nerlens Noel might be a top 3 most valuable player on this squad, which was.
Well, can we get both of our centers to play at one time, please, for 20 games?
Right, and Mitch had a good game tonight. That's what
I'm with Beans on that.
No, that's what made me disappointed tonight. Mitch had his best game of the season. Obi had his best game of the season. Alex Burks had his best game of the season, and that first unit did not come through again. That's why I'm pissed off. I'm like, man, them cats was balling. Obi was doing his thing. Burks was knocking him down. He's taking the good threes too. Burks was knocking down good threes. His wasn't, except for one, he tried to get a foul. He knocked it in. But other than that, he was shooting some good threes off the curl, off the pick. And I was like, and Julius Randle and RJ and Evan Fournier and my man them threw up goose eggs to me. 5 points. Come on, man. 5 points, bro. Man. $19 million for 5 points tonight.
Yeah, and it's happened too many times in a row.
Yeah. And Divine, if you remember what we was talking about on the pregame show, what was the things that I was telling you that I was going to be looking for tonight? was how the guard play. I wanted to pay attention to, especially at the the point guard situation too, and also for the starting unit, the whole starting unit to step up and not put it all on the on the second unit, and that's just what happened.
Yep.
And let me ask you guys this: how many games do you think we'll start hearing boos?
You heard something tonight. You didn't hear the one off the court tonight. You heard them tonight.
Yeah.
Then let us start losing to Houston.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's when I really think it starts.
Who have they got? Who's on Houston's roster?
They got a good team. Christian Woods.
They got the rookie. They got Kevin Porter Jr., who I thought we should have took a swung at last year for a pick. Remember that, Devon?
Yeah, absolutely. And
we could have had him for a second-round pick last year.
Yep. You got Kenyon Martin Jr. down there. Tate, that center they grabbed from Turkey. You know what I mean?
And what's the tall boy they gave the contract to that we wanted?
Christian
that was
Woods.
in Detroit. Woods?
Yep.
Woods.
And they still got Aaron Gordon down there.
Yep.
Aaron Gordon.
Not to mention, we also could have had what was the guy that went to Portland for a second-round draft pick?
Oh, don't even talk about it. You talking about
Junior.
You mean he went to? Didn't he go to You talking about didn't he go to end up in Toronto?
The Kevin Porter Jr. cat.
Yeah, him too. But the one that ended up in Toronto.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Gary Trent.
They switched them.
Yeah.
They switched them. Remember, they switched the two players from Portland and Toronto.
Oh yeah, for Norman Powell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's like that dude, boy.
Yeah,
Gary Trent Jr., boy.
We got to figure out what we're doing. I know this organization still think they got aspirations going to the playoffs. So I do believe this team is a playoff team, but just not at the expense of the way our first unit is playing. But if they're not going to get together, then we can't wait too late, man. Because we'd be out of the picture. That it's going to be a relatively wasted the season. But so that's why I think sometimes you take a spark to ignite a fire. And I think that spark is benching one of them cats and bringing somebody in. Just study spark, man. Just throw a spark out there to see if it's going to ignite a fire under this team, man. This is unacceptable the way our first unit is playing. We 8-7, and we not even playing good basketball. You know how far the Knicks could be right now if Evan Fournier, all these guys was on point?
Yeah.
Knicks could be number one in the East right now, probably.
But remember, we was 5-1 and wasn't playing good.
Right.
Exactly.
Like we seen this coming. Right. We seen this coming. We had the same conversation up here. We was 5-1. We like, yo, it's looking scary though. Now look at us.
Right.
Yeah, it's tough.
Hey, everything we're chopping up, like think about the headlines tomorrow. Think about what's going to start swirling now. There's real tangible proof that this unit's not working. Bad loss after bad loss. We're just glad we got off to a great start because our record's still above 500, but that doesn't mean that the front office or Tibbs are happy with what's happening. And I think this Miles McBride thing going down, it reeks of something because that's not what they were saying 2 weeks ago. And maybe they just saw enough what they saw from Kemba, last game. And they thought, hey, shake the dust off this guy,
Hey, check it out. Hey, listen to this on Bleacher Report. Tommy Beer wrote this. Evan Fournier had been benched for the entire fourth quarter in 6 of the Knicks' last 7 games.
Ooh.
Fournier has played 5 out of a possible 84 total fourth quarter minutes during the 7-game stretch. 5 minutes.
Wow. That's speaking volumes right now.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah,
he about to be situational.
No. Sleepwalk at MSG.
Oh man.
Outscored.
The good thing is it's a 3-year deal. So yeah, it is tradable. For anyone that doesn't think Evan Fournier is tradable, man, don't even let me bring up all these trades at players that we thought was untradeable.
He's tradable.
Evan Fournier at 19 mil with 3 years is tradable. Trust me.
Especially with a first round pick. He's definitely tradable. Attach a little first round to him.
for Divine's point, however desperate we are, there's teams 10 times more desperate than we are. Look at LA Lakers. They just got walloped by
they got
Chicago.
walloped. Yes.
And get this stat that I read. With Carmelo Anthony on the court, the Lakers are the 5th best offense in the league. With Carmelo Anthony off the court, they're the worst offense in the league.
Shout out to Carmelo, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They try to lowball my brother, man. They know they crazy. Blackball the mess out of Carmelo. But yeah, man, but that's, like I said, Julius Randle tonight, -21. Obi Toppin plus 11 in 17 minutes. Obi Toppin has 14 points in 17 minutes, bro. It's almost a minute a point. They got to get him some burn. We need his energy. I don't know how else to say it. We need his energy, bro. And there's nobody in that front unit, and nobody in that starting unit can give you the energy that Obi Toppin can. Can't nobody jump higher than him. Can't nobody run down the court faster than him. Can't nobody get up over the rim. Nobody in that first unit could do that.
Nah.
Nobody.
Not at all.
Not at all. We lacking that, man. We just lacking some energy, man. Somebody get out on the floor, run the floor. Can you imagine Beans and if Julius Randle or which call snaps down the ball and Obi already halfway down the court?
You know what time it is.
Yeah.
You know what time it is. They throwing that thing up.
Right. Now your team can't set their defense.
Mm-hmm.
You know what else I thought? Kings, Queens in the chat. We got 2 days before the next game. When is the best time to implement a change?
Right now.
When you got a few days to practice.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know 10-7, but we got to do something, man. I like I said, I'm an optimist. You know me, I'm one of the most optimistic Knicks fans there is. I know I'm always trying to keep positive, keep it 100 positive with our team. But sometimes the truth, the writing is on the wall too. You know what I mean? I ain't no fool neither. You know what I mean? I ain't, I ain't no
can't beat a dead horse, right? That's what they say, right?
Right. Shit, get that noise. Y'all need to change the joint up quickly. No pun intended, Emmanuel, but they need to turn this shit up quickly because we should not be playing basketball like this here in New York.
Shout out to D. Ross, Houston.
Yeah,
we got a problem.
D. Ross would have to put that up right now, but he right.
Hey man, let's hope they get this thing together, man. That's what I'm hoping, man. I know we feeling bad and pessimistic about this shit, but let's hope they turn this thing around, man. And but every day we say that, man, then the next day we come back, we feel disappointed. So it's you want to stay optimistic, optimistic all you can. It's hard though, because we playing not good basketball. We 500 basketball. One night we win, one night we lose. Then to lose the night to the Orlando Magic, I don't care how good that young team can be. You don't supposed to lose that game tonight. You don't supposed to lose that.
Well, Divine, I'm starting to when I look at our team, there was something that I heard somebody say one time, and it goes something like this: if someone shows you who they are, believe them. We are just an up and down, inconsistent team.
Yep.
With the way we can surely construct it in this starting lineup, and that's why changes have to be made. I mean, it just is what it is, and it's just the reality of where we at right now. Because we are one day, they do just enough to get your hopes built up before there's another letdown from that inconsistency and effort and all that. And that's why we need some sense of consistency going forward. So, Lionel, one thing that has to be consistent, that has to be done, is some adjustments, so forth, is with this lineup change, and that has to be done.
Yep. You know what it is, and you look at teams like who they're like Bradley Beal and them. It's Bradley Beal, but they went and got Spencer Dinwiddie and guys, but they got guys who could go get it. You know what I mean? And that's what's bothering me. I'm like, Evan Fournier and Kemba Walker and them, they should be able to go get it, man. What makes you not no different than the rest of these guys? I mean, you guys been doing this for a minute. You just averaged 19 points a game last year. You would have told me from this year, I mean, not last year, this year they stopped playing basketball in, let's say, April. From April to now, you'd have lost your whole game. You know what I mean? That's what's so scary. Evan Fournier, what he did, 17 points a game last year? You mean from last year, this year in June or April to November, You know, lost that much basketball in your game. It's just impossible. I can't see that. You know what I mean? So that's what's so frustrating about it. I know this is not who they really are. You know what I mean? We just got to hope these dudes get it together, man, because if not, we really going to be pulling our hair out and shit with a little bit I got, so I can't pull anything, no way, so.
Right, I already got a head start. I ain't got no hair.
I can't pull nothing, no way.
You know what's crazy, though? Remember, Fournier was cooking in the Olympics. He was cooking.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
We was like, oh, we got him. Oh, it's about to be on. I can't wait to go against Brooklyn. Remember, that's what everybody was saying, because him and Durant had that little beef.
Right.
Now it's like, yo, did y'all hear how the crowd was cheering for Obi?
Yep.
Did y'all see that? Did y'all feel that?
I did.
I felt that in my soul, like, and then I'm peeking, trying to look at the bench and look at Randall, but they would not show his face. I know he was tight.
The minute that boy went out the game, the Knicks lost the game. That's all I can say.
Oh,
they took that boy out the game spent again. Same thing last when we played with the as soon as they took the boys out, the shit spent again. I'm like, what?
I know vision.
Yeah, man, it's tough, man. I know Ted's got to go to these boys, but I think when Mitchell Robinson went down, that changed the game a little bit. I think that was a big thing because now he had to do it. You know what I mean? He kind of had to bring Randall back in there, but then you know what? You could have left Obi in there, took somebody else out.
I thought he was gonna bring Taj back in.
Right.
That's what I thought he was gonna do. But as soon as I see Randall hopped, I wanted to throw the remote at my TV. I'm like, you know what? Let me get ready for the post game because I know it's going down.
Hey, now you know, but now you know why you see why people want a superstar. Now you see why people want a real dominant player.
Carry us.
But we thought we was investing in making one. That's what we thought. If we come to last year, most improved, all-star game, second round, second all NBA, we thought we was making one. And now he just went back to normal.
Because I never a fan of building around a power forward, to be honest with you, unless they're Tim Duncan or someone. You know,
you're right about that, CT.
They can't play make. I mean, he does his best to do it well. But at the end of the day, when the shot clock's going down in a game 7 of an NBA Finals, you know, you want the ball in a power forward's hands to try to create, or do you want it in a guard's hands?
Yeah. You know
he
what?
Ain't no Charles Barkley or no Duncan or nothing like that.
Right. And not only that, you know, to the attitude too, but think about it. Damian Lillard, people like Damian Lillard, Kevin Durant, I'm not saying he's not on their level. What I'm saying is their mentality. I got this. They be like, I got this. Get on my coat. I'm about to carry you through this joint. That's what we wanted Randall to become. When the team ain't playing good, y'all get on my back. I'm about to carry y'all home. You know what I mean? Just put it on my shoulders tonight. You're gonna need nights like that from players. And tonight, you know what? Them the nights that we want Randall to be that. When Randall know that he tried, you know, but he started jacking up too many threes. But I think the problem was Mo Bamba and Wendell Carter in that front line made it a little hard for them dudes. You know what I mean? So they couldn't get down. They couldn't get there. Right, that length. And like I said, Julius Randle can't do it against length. He just don't have it in his game. So, you know, that's why I said maybe bring Obi in at the power forward, move Randle to the 3. He plays face-up ball nowadays in his career anyway. You know
what? Did you see what OG Anunoby made Randle look like that night?
Oh, yeah.
He had his best game of his career against Randle.
Sure did.
Yeah, they got.
Then he got cooked back to back. Who's after Anunoby again? And we was like, wow. It was a back-to-back situation,
wasn't it?
Randall. Who was it? Who was the next power? Huh?
Was it Mobley?
Yeah. Houston. No. Cleveland. Mobley violated him.
Them tall dudes give him a problem, bro.
Yep, they're limp, man.
I remember that last year, man. I was like, when he was going up against Anthony Davis and them, he gave Anthony Davis the business in one game, but I mean, they made a few times that height made it hard for Julius Randle because he can't play in a post with them tall boys. He ain't got that game like that, you know. And now he got to kind of spread the floor and shoot the 3. That's why I said throw him at the 3.
Let me ask you this, D. Like you said length bothers him, right? That's when you're supposed to snipe him down.
Right.
With the jump shot. Boom.
Right.
the drop, the pump fake jump shot. But then once you get him on that, that's when you start going to the basket. Randall not even doing that. He's relying on that jump shot, the fadeaway. You got somebody 6'2" on you. I'm watching this. I know y'all seeing it too. He get the ball in the middle. Whatever they run in the zone or whatever, they got somebody small on him. He look back and see, he go right in the fadeaway.
Yep. I seen that tonight.
It's low IQ. That's one thing about Randall. You could talk about ability side of Randall, but mentally and IQ wise, is he a guy that's going to carry a team to be a winner? There's ability.
No.
We could rattle off names about the most God-given talented NBA players, but were they able to ever take their teams to the to the top?
That's a good point, CT.
He'd be a good. I think that's why I always liked the cat thing. You know what? Because at least they could be 1A and 1B or A and A or B and B, whatever. But we don't got no height in New York, man. Nolan's Noel and Mitchell Robinson is the only cats that make an impact with their height. Everybody else is 6'10" or shorter. Everybody. I'm like, man, so we getting demolished down there like that, man. Randall, his rebounds. See, Randall get a lot of rebounds off of missed shots. So he get a lot of double-doubles. The game Randall had to me this whole year was not too long ago. He had offense, like 5 offensive rebounds. I think about it against he played a good game. It was recently. But we need to get some guys in there. Listen, Kemba Walker, he'll get sneaky rebounds. RJ looking better getting rebounds, but we still don't got we got no guys who can get buckets that's tall. Put it like that. Mitchell Robinson only can do what he can do. He's not an offensive minded player. But like I said, Cat gave me 24 and 11. He had 35 the other night. I don't care what y'all say about Cat. Cat can play basketball. You know what I mean? The 30, can you imagine 6'11", 7-footer shooting, giving us 24 and 11 with Julius Randle 24. Now you take the pressure off of Julius Randle and RJ, because now you could throw that ball in there when Cat down there, or Cat could come outside and Julius Randle can go inside, because they game complement each other that good. They both can hit the three, they both can stretch the floor, and they both can play on the inside when need be. So I think we got to go out there and get somebody who's gonna complement and can do what Randle could do. RJ ain't ready yet. Kim ain't gonna do it. Randle can't be the only one on that team dropping 20 a night. We ain't going nowhere on a consistent basis. On a consistent basis, you know what I mean?
I just think that the more that Minnesota situation, I just think that cat barking out there could be something to watch. Beans, I know it's something Beans is looking for Cat. I don't see him lasting in mini one more losing season. Too much.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Like,
and he's the Kentucky connection, New Jersey.
Father boys with Worldwide West.
We thought that about Kyrie, didn't we? He from Jersey. He coming.
You know what? I think Kyrie played himself. Them boys was headed to New York. I believe that. I think Kyrie didn't want the pressure. He didn't want the pressure.
It was KD and Middleton that was supposed to come, I think. But once Middleton couldn't come, and
but you know what though, and connection does matter, because you look at a lot of teams, it does matter. But I think out of all these NBA trades, I do think that would be the one that would be the easiest to do is Karl Anthony Towns, just for the reason of what he got left on his contract. Picks, and them connections does matter. Some of them do matter. You know what I mean? Kyrie Irving came back home. He came back to New Jersey playing in Brooklyn, but he came back over here. You know what I mean? You just never know with these things, man. Todd Gibson came back to Brooklyn. You know what I mean? Kemba Walker came back to New York. You know what I mean? Listen, Cat father is cool with Worldwide West. Cat went to Kentucky. He cool with Kenny Payne. These cats got connections.
Cool with Randall.
He cool with Randall Knox. Man, how many Kentucky? I just think that out of all them players out there that's available, to me, that's the easiest one to get.
Yeah, him or son from Phoenix.
Yeah, right. Yep, easy to get because his father living in New Jersey. He want to be close to his dad since his mom passed away with COVID. Him and his girlfriend, what's her name? Jordan Woods. She's a brander. She don't want to be in Minnesota. She probably want to be in New York in a fashion district or out in LA somewhere where it's popping at. I think that thing is set up for the taking if it happened. We got three first round picks next year. That's not even ours. 2 of them not even ours.
Word.
You got $10 million in Noel contract, or you got $10 million, $19 million of Fournier contract. You could throw Burks $10 million if you had to. That's $40 million. You know what I mean?
And look at that Aiden situation.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know what's crazy that I look at it? Think about where Minnesota went as soon as they got rid of Tibbs. They ain't sniffed the playoffs since. You don't think you feel that? You don't think Cat was like, you know what? I can go to New York. I can rough it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I grew now. Yep. You know what I'm saying? I can make things better. Hell yeah, I want to go play with Tibbs again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
Sometimes the last time you made the playoffs.
Right.
Yeah, you would have appreciated.
Got a question, guys. Yeah, go ahead. CT, when you finish, I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is Joakim Noah contract come off the books after this season?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Man, thank you, Lord.
Extra little 7.
CT, think about it. His contract, that's $6 million. Knox is $6 million, $6 million. That go $11 million right there. Even if you move one of them dudes for $10 million, that's $21 million. The Knicks are in a prime position to turn this thing around and go. And then everybody say Ayton. You know, the only reason I bring up Cat because of the connections. That's true because Ayton is a beast too. But listen, that boy giving you he could do something that Mitchell and Noel can't do. He can't pull the center out to the 3-point line. Carl Anthony Towns could stretch the floor, bro. Call boys out of there and let Artie and them go downhill for a while. That's why I like it because we always said we wanted to stretch 5. That could one right there who can give you 24 and 11 and take and open up that whole team for us, bro. And so
you need a point guard, Divine, and guys in the worst way. Like we take the ball out of Randall's hands. You know, you need a point guard.
How long we been needing that though, CT? This is not nothing new.
Yeah,
we've been needing a point guard for the last 10 years.
Facts.
And you know what? And like I said, you just got to keep an eye on the landscape. Somebody going to get disgruntled. I liked the DeCallum Sexton thing early this year. I really thought that would have been a good move for us. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Fox is out of there.
Feel like, that's crazy. The jumps we should be taking or the chances we should be taking, we not taking.
CT, check this out. You brought up a good point, CT. Check this out. Let's say this year that thing don't work out in Sacramento. They say, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna roll with Davion Mitchell and Halliburton. We're gonna break this thing up, or we're gonna go a different direction. You don't think they would want to move Fox's contract, knowing that they got Halliburton and Davion Mitchell there to go along with, you know, to go through the rebuild process? Because Minnesota can't keep coming up short, and you just gave that man $158 million. You got Buddy Hills out there. He gonna look for some money, and if that thing don't work in Sacramento, you know, you got to look over there at him too. Another Kentucky boy,
Bagley's out of there too. Give us a duo.
Yeah, right. You do him and Bagley in the package. Mm-hmm.
I take that. I definitely take that.
Yeah,
I wouldn't even have no problem with. I wouldn't have a problem with that Sacramento situation y'all talking about with De'Aaron Fox.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think San Antonio would go for it, but I wouldn't mind seeing them send De'Aaron Fox to San Antonio in a 3-way trade where we get DeJounte Murray.
Yes, sir, buddy. Yes, sir.
You know the NBA not having that. You know they is not having that.
With Beans, I can hope.
Word, that'd be great. Because wasn't they shopping him at the beginning of the season? Or last year before the trade deadline?
It might be because the contract gonna be due pretty soon. His rookie joint.
And I'm like, at least they would be getting a De'Aaron Fox than trying to pick off with us. If we can get a 3-team trade situation going on, would say like if they wanted to go that route Sacramento with Halliburton and get some with De'Aaron Fox going over there and picks going to Sacramento with DeJounte Murray coming to New York.
Wow.
Point guard situation definitely solved in the starting lineup.
6'6" wingspan.
They know this, you know.
Yeah.
Like they have to know. Get me a point guard like Tibbs. You know, how long can you ask Randall to create? You know, when especially in a playoff series, we already seen one sample size of that. We have D Rose. I'm thankful for that. I'm with you guys. Let's leave D Rose on the bench for the rest of his Knick career. You know, hopefully it's another 6 years. You know, and he retires at 40 as a New York Knick. You know, multiple 6 Man of the Year winner. But let's go get us a starting point guard because you know, certainly one that $9 million. You know, I appreciate Kemba giving it his best here, but it's not working out.
Right.
Realistically, right now, I'm all for Eric. I'm all for IQ right now.
Exactly.
You know, that's I know we just talking trades, having fun. You know, trying to play GM.
Right.
You know, it's nothing wrong to try to do what we talking about. Trying to think about what if the Knicks did this. It's just the way it's human nature. Basketball is a business. Everybody trading. It's like Wall Street. It's like Wall Street. It's like the stock exchange. Everybody trading. I mean, you know, and we try to.
Sacramento will be active, fellas, because they have Bagley. They have Buddy Hield.
Mm-hmm.
We know Buddy Hield's not staying there too long. You know, with all those guards.
I think they're gonna have to blow that up because Sacramento. That's the not having a good organization, Beans. Because when your front office stinks, you go through what Sacramento going through. The Luke Walton about to get kicked out the door sooner or later. They underachieving. They gave Fox money. They gave Rashard Holmes money. They brought back Harrison Barnes. Yeah, right. They gave away some dough, and they not up in the tops. They hopefully they make the play in. You know,
I ain't even gonna lie. I'll take Harrison Barnes. Give me Fox and Barnes right now. I'll take Fox and Barnes because Barnes can play that 3. We ain't got to worry about that. RJ, you go back to the second to yours, and then that'll be beautiful. And then what y'all think about this? Y'all got your eye on OKC? How long before SGA going one out?
They just gave it. Didn't they just give him that contract though?
Yeah,
last year. But I think they ain't sniffing the playoffs this year.
True, but I think they invested in SGA and trying to
was falling out again today.
Mm-hmm.
He had a double.
Was?
Yeah, him and Perkins. I think Sam Presti on to something though.
Yeah, he might be.
He's a slick dude, man. He
sure is.
Yeah, you know he probably signed SGA saying, you know what, I'm gonna lock you in. I still got cap space. I still got picks. I'm gonna get another dude over here. Slowly but surely, he gonna flip the switch. He might flip the switch. He's smart, man. At one time, this dude had Harden, Westbrook, and KD,
and PG and Russ.
Right. And
that trade that he got back for PG return.
Yeah, right.
The biggest haul I've ever seen.
I'm looking like about 15 first rounders or something, man. So they're gonna be active. But yeah, I think I agree with y'all guys, man. On CT, we got to get that point guard things locked up. Whether, like I said, with quickly or somebody for right now, temporarily without no trade, we need to shake it up. I know that much. Then we can do trade stuff when the trade stuff come, and we just talking about it now. But because we only can fantasize what could be, so ain't no wrong with fantasizing every now and then.
Lee says, shout out to Elton Lee. He says the solutions to our problems are on the roster.
They are.
I believe that too.
I believe that too. 100%. 100%. Yep. We got the ammo down there. We got it, man. And like I said, whether it's in the young guys or whatever, but I do think it starts in that. I think it starts in that starting lineup with Evan Fournier and Kemba Walker. You got to resolve the two problems first. And that's
where I would start at.
Yep, because that might change. It might bring Randall back to what he was last year. Because look at Randall's points now, which we thought they would be, because he got to pass the ball more and get more people shots. So his numbers are going down. You know, like I said, it's a rhythm for Randall and for any basketball player. But I just think that didn't mesh the way I thought it was, guys. I'm gonna be real talk with you. The Kemba Walker and right now so far it didn't mesh the way I thought it was gonna be. This it just didn't pan out the way I thought it was, and I have no problem accepting that. Like, you know what? I thought this guy was gonna give us more than they were gonna give us, and I thought they were gonna give us just their career average, at least their averages. And I knew this team would be good. They're not even giving us their averages, bro. So that's crazy right there.
That's when you can say, after a sample size, you say, hey, you're not giving us what you were doing last game, last team you were on. So, can we get a refund?
Word, that hurt. I'm not even gonna lie to you, man. That hurt. That y'all can't even get what y'all been producing your whole career once you come to New York. Like, is that serious?
Right. Everybody ain't built for this thing, man.
Yeah, it's like Fournier was a Nick killer when he wasn't on the Knicks, and now he's killing us because he's on the Knicks.
How do we win? How do we win?
Kill Bill, huh? It's like we can't win with this joint. But yeah, man, it's disappointing. But we gonna stay this shit back, man. But boy, listen. I'm gonna tell you no lie, guys. This win hurt it. I was disappointed in this. This thing could have been a momentum swinger. 2 games in a row, picked up a game on everybody in the East. You could manage. Nobody who you could think we wanted to lose tonight lost tonight, and we lost. God, ain't this something? Look at
well, guys, it's been fun for me though, man. I have to log up. I gotta take care of something in the morning. But yeah, man, it's I do expect some changes to be made soon. So we'll start with just a little adjustments with the lineup and stuff like that, and just go from there. But man, I appreciate you, everybody, man. Salute to the chat. And RJ the OG, leave us alone with having our fun on that trade with Minnesota. We can do that if we want to, and that trade will work. Why? Because it's in our minds.
Right.
Not saying Minnesota would do it, but it's in our minds. We want to have fun with it, and it's okay. But salute to the chat. Salute to my guys, Divine CT, Baked Beans. Man, y'all brothers have a good night, and we'll hopefully see about getting this thing turned around. Start next game.
Yeah, we got a couple of days to think about it.
Yeah, we got a couple of days to think about it. That's right. Well, fellas, man, I'm out, man. Peace to everybody, man. Salute.
Jarvis, appreciate you, fam.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you, Jarvis. Be well. See you on the next one.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, it's all good, man. Yeah, hey. Nights like this out of mind, we like I said, we're not gonna win 32. We're not gonna win every game. We not going undefeated. So we're gonna have nights like this. And it's just so disappointing tonight, though. Being this CT, just the way we lost that game, man. We just let these dudes come here and beat us back to back in our gym. I mean, a team that's like 3-11.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what this all this is about to me is that, man. I'm more disappointed in this that we let these cats come in Madison Square Garden. And beat us.
What got me disappointed? After 3 wins, 2 of them is on us.
Right.
2, not 1, 2.
Yeah, man. This is the one where you just got to erase from your memory, fellas. like Men in Black.
I hate to say it, y'all. But that Houston is a must-win game, man. I didn't want to say it, man, but it's a must-win game. We cannot lose to Houston, man. We can't.
Yeah, and then you're going right the next day to Chicago.
Oh, man. And we beat them the first time, so they ready for us.
Right. That's why that win tonight that's why I'm disappointed, because I seen what was coming up, and we won tonight and beat Houston. So even if we went down and lost to Chicago, we still would have been 2 games over 500. Now we got to going down to Chicago either under. Let's say Houston, we don't mess around and beat Houston. We go to Chicago the next night, we'll be 8-9.
Oh man!
So
I can see it.
And listen, and you got LA and Phoenix coming the next 2 games.
Or the road trip.
They'd be home, but they'd be home at the Garden. But we ain't playing good at the Garden. We might well wish it was on the road.
I'm about to say the Garden ain't been home.
Right.
Man, I just think Tibbs is going to pull something now because we got 2 days off. I just think he's seen enough. You can't keep persisting with this team that doesn't play defense. That must infuriate him because he could have some MO going to Leon if he said, "Hey, I wanted Bullock and you didn't do that. You didn't acquiesce to my needs. So let me coach this team."
Did you see his press conference?
No.
Nah, what did he say?
I would say pull it up, play it. I would play it up and play it because he was Tibbs was like, He was this one time tonight, I can say I seen Tibbs in the press conference. He was like, this ain't happening.
That's what Alton Lee said. The first time Orlando won, they acted like they won a chip. Tonight they acted like they were supposed to win. Exactly. I told you they walked us down. They walked us down in the fourth.
They had Gary Harris, which they didn't have, who's probably one of their best players.
Yeah.
So they're feeling even more confident.
And you know what I hate? It's not even that they lost in the Garden. Them dudes was like popping off in there. You know what I mean? They kept sticking out. Man, I was like, y'all letting these young boys punk y'all up in this joint tonight, that first unit. I was like, nah, bro. I was like, Cole Anthony was wagging them, and they was like, man, whatever. You know what I mean? These dudes growling at
when he caught that dunk over RJ, and I was like, oh man.
Brother came out.
I was sick.
They flexing.
They took
Word, I was mad.
Your boys came in like, y'all want. That's a shame when a young team like that knows that, you know, we ain't scared of y'all. And that's what it seemed like to me. They ain't scared of the Knicks.
And like y'all boo-hooing.
Though, Divine, one trade deadline. We need to go get that Terrence Ross on here.
Yeah, man, go get that boy. That's what I said. Shit, man, go get that dude.
Give them that Charlotte first if they want it. That's not going to parlay into anything anyway.
Yeah, he was. Hey, let me tell you, Terrence Ross was happy to see Fournier tonight. He probably gave it to Fournier so many times in practice. He knew Fournier ain't no defense stopper. He might play with effort maybe now and then, but he ain't playing with that now. Terrence Ross like, I'm gonna give it to this dude tonight. He was happy. He was happy with Fournier was on him tonight. And like I said, I don't know what it is with Fournier and them, man. You just got to New York. You only been here 2 months. You just moved to the city. I get it, man. That part, I give him a pass on that because, you know, coming from Orlando ain't New York City. You just moved here in the summer after you got
from Boston. Remember, he was in Boston.
Yeah, I know. Well, it ain't New York though. Crazy. I know it. Not only New York. I think that's due to the fact he just got out the Olympics. He went from Boston to the Olympics. He had to uproot his family to New York City, find a house, find a school for his kids. He got COVID going on. His mind probably trying to get settled, blah, blah, blah. I can understand that, but after so many games, though, you should have got over that by now. That's my whole point with Fournier. I can see the first 10 games, he trying to find out about New York City, where I'm going to put my daughter to school at. I got to get to Tarrytown today. I got to get back to practice. I got to get ready for the gym. I got to help my wife, to get acclimated to the city. It might be taking longer for him in that standpoint of getting his mind right, but it might be affecting his game. Because other than that, CT, I don't see nothing else with Wood, good as he could play. You know what I mean?
It's just the role. I don't think he's in the right role. Like I said, we have a power forward that needs the ball. We don't have a point guard that gets people involved. We have a shoot first point guard, really. That's not shooting great. And not a great fit, the starting lineup.
Yeah.
The sooner they mix and match both lineups, the better. Because it's like you got one mobile phone that the battery's about to die. And you got another second phone. Luckily, you got a charge on you, and you need to put some of that charge into the phone, so it can come to life. And I think that's what the bench lineup is, Yeah,
we got to do it. We know it. Like I said, I ain't scared to admit, man. But at this rate, the way he playing, if he got to do a miraculous 360-degree spin to get this shit popping. Because Evan Fournier is not playing like I thought he was gonna play. I kid you not, man. That's what's so depressing about this thing, man. Is like, dog.
Yeah, that's depressing, man. Yeah, because we just don't see that fight in them, and you hate to put it all on Fournier because Randle ain't doing his job, Walker not doing his job,
right? And
so it's hard to really put it on Fournier when your leader is messing up too. But then, like, damn, Fournier, give us something, dog. Like, come on.
Yeah, let me ask both of you. You all know how this works. Yeah, what do you think about Rose and Taj being Tibbs's mole? To leak some of that stuff out or call people out. But he could use D Rose and Taj because they rock with him.
Yeah, I thought for a minute. I thought the other day that Derrick Rose kind of sort of was like that in a press conference one day. He was like, You know, we gotta, it was more like a accountable thing. We gotta play with urgency. I think, we gotta pass the ball. He was saying stuff like that. You know what I mean? So you might be right on that aspect, CT. He might be that one that they gotta go out there and do that because we gotta get this thing turned around, yo.
Because I know D Rose ain't having that. Beans.
Yeah, I think it's time for a players only meeting, man. And we need to get in there and talk. No coaches. Everybody let it out because it's obvious something going on in here. You know what I'm saying? Randall, we don't know. Like, everybody need to just go in there and air out their grievances and get it together, man. Without no coaches. Because y'all got Tibbs looking real bad out here, man. And y'all know what's happening next. Y'all know who the first to go.
Right.
Y'all know who the first to go.
You know what's so disappointing about that, too? I just hate that the second unit got to get caught up in this shit because they don't even deserve to be in there.
Word.
See, that's what I'm saying. It can't be Tibbs because the second unit is playing ball. I can be seeing with the whole team just stunk up the joint. Tibbs, you ain't coaching the team right. They all suck.
They got mad chemistry.
Ball. Yeah,
the
right.
Second unit got mad chemistry. They're the only lineup from last season that hasn't had 2 new pieces added.
Right.
So they feel each other, you know?
It's kind of like they burnt them, like they burnt Tibbs. Like, listen, this is what we got to do, man. You just got to deal with it, man. Like, that's how I feel like. Like, just deal with it. You coached them last year. Like, you got coach. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just throwing you any pieces now and just telling you to make steak out of it now.
It's kind of a tough situation with him. You know why? He between the rock and the hard place. Because the minute we break that second unit up, we gonna be complaining. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. He in a bad situation when it comes to that, and it's bad because what he gonna do if we break that second unit up? We're gonna have everybody in this chat and everybody just about nickling that. Wow, he break up the he's in a tough situation. It's like almost like a no-win situation. If he break up the second unit, we're gonna complain about that, and then and then if we bring them in, if we break up the second unit, then we switch to the first unit. Then it's like. I just think that we got to either fix that first unit doing that. Well, other than that, just bring Grind and McBride in the first unit and sit down for Fournier and Kemba Walker. Then we don't break up the second unit.
Imagine that, man.
Hey, listen, you don't break up the second unit, y'all all be happy. Just bring Grind and McBride and start them over them two. They probably play better than them. I think Grind is knocking down more shots for Fournier right now.
To me, I know their defense is definitely better. My bad, CT.
Yeah, I just want to say, I don't think it's about these players not getting burned, Grimes, McBride, and that. The thing that bugs me is, like, the waste of roster spots, You sign Wayne Selden, and you go on record as saying he's a good practice player. Like, I mean, we're not in that kind of business. We can't be wasting roster spots because the guy is a good practice player. If someone is out there with talent, I don't care what their name is, Lance Stevenson, whoever, but surely there's some other player out there that's balling good enough that can help a team out over a practice player. I'm sick of these wasting roster spots.
Wasting them. What happened to that kid we signed from what was it, Seton Hall? Last year?
Powell,
someone's a sniper.
Yeah, Powell can get it. He a dog too.
Yeah, what happened to him? Ain't he still on the roster? Ain't he on the G League or something? Then we re-signed him.
G League.
G League.
And McBride dropped 25.
Hey, check
heard me?
You know what's crazy too, and it might be funny but stupid. If Fournier that bad, I would see him and Kemba walking out a couple of games and no lie, this guy by the truth. I was bursting 11 Knox get some burn.
Word. I would.
Not 6'10". At least the man can shoot the ball. You know what I mean? At least he giving us something that Fournier, he would give us something Fournier is not giving us. I mean,
his D might be worse.
Yeah.
We gotta try something. Yeah.
He's got length at least.
The length, the shooting, and you know what? Sometimes we might gotta realize that maybe Knox had got better than we thought he got in the last year, but he just ain't got that opportunity now because they the way they built the team. And Knox might be surprised all of us. He might have been like, yo. But we got to do something, man, because Fournier and them is disappointing the shit out of New York City right now. And I hope to turn around. I'm praying, but right now, we can't break up the second unit. So you got to put Grimes. You either put Grimes and McBride at the 1 and 2 with RJ and them, or you're gonna have to switch it up. So we gonna have to accept that. It is the way it is.
He goes this right. See, Fournier is not a good defensive player, but you magnify that by having Kemba next to him. Two bad defensive players.
Right.
Let's say you put a great defensive player next to Fournier. Suddenly he doesn't look so bad.
Mm-hmm.
But you put a player like Kemba Walker next to him, and it's like you're setting the man up to fail. You know, like that's a horrible backcourt defensively.
It is, man. That probably got to be one of the worst in the league. You ask me. So do you think Kemba have a problem if Tibbs snatch him out of there?
I don't think he has a choice at this point. He's
my bad.
Yeah, go ahead, Beans.
Nah, I cut in and out. My bad. But yeah, I think Kemba. To tell you the truth, let me rethink that. You said if he snatch him out and just put him on a second, or snatch him out and make him situational.
I'm just gonna go second. I don't think second unit he have a problem, but situationally he would.
I don't think. Yeah, I think if you started D Rose over him or quickly, I don't think he would have a problem.
Okay.
Just from the preseason, remember how he was talking like, yeah, I'm just here because D Rose is here and he's like a mentor, and so I don't think so.
Well, you know what? When he said that, let's hope that's not the reason why you're here, because we don't want you. We want you here because you're trying to win the championship.
Let's be real. The only reason Kemba's here is because that no one has to pay that $30 million salary, because there's no team in the league that wants to pay. I'd rather John Wall at this stage, and his $40 million thing.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
I mean, it's tough, man. It's tough, man. But like I said, we got to keep our keep our ears to the ground, our eyes open, because something's going to change. It got to change. There's no way they can function like this the rest of the year. You can't just wait for somebody to get hot. That's why I said make the change. Then he let him get hot in the second unit. Then once he get hot, you can bring him back to the first unit. But you can't keep him in that first unit and wait and expect these guys that's going to pop or something. I don't think that's the right attitude. I think Fournier need to go to the bench for a minute, work his way back to the starting unit. And like a man Child said, Tibbs don't hold Randall accountable. He need to hold Fournier accountable too. All these dudes, and I think that might be the best solution right now. Put them dudes in the back unit and let them earn their stripes back up to that starting unit. You can't keep doing this. Today I'm disappointed tonight, man. You don't lose that game, man. You don't lose that game to them dudes, man. You let the young boy come in here and run amok on you, and they did it twice.
Shine, like they invested in quickly. They scouted him. They did all that. They believe in him. Yeah, there's no reason Fournier can't be given what Quickly's giving off the bench, and then Quickly gets a chance.
You don't have no leverage. That's good. You're right, Lee. He doesn't have no leverage because and Eric, I agree with him too. He said you could buy him out.
Yeah, you could buy Kemba out again.
Send him to LA. Send him out to a team that they might think they can help him in the playoffs. You know what I mean? You can get some value for him. And the kid had 25, 28 points the other night. You know what I mean? And the team might not need Kemba to do that every night. They might just need Kemba to come off the bench and do a spark, just like we might need him to. But you can always send him to a contender. That contract is easy.
Or he could be a mentor for you on your bench for your young players.
Yep.
That's probably right there.
Yep. I would definitely.
You know what's going to happen though? Kemba will come out. He'll put up 18 the next game, and then all these people say we're overreacting or whatever. It's just the inconsistency. It's not we think Kemba can't give you decent performances on a nightly basis. It's just he's too inconsistent now, and I'm just not with that anymore. And he's not good defensively. To my question earlier, I'd rather Miles McBride for 20 minutes playing hard-nosed D and giving you 0 points versus Kemba Walker giving you 5 points and being a -20 every night.
Buy Kemba out. That's not a bad idea either.
He got his money. And maybe Kemba, let's hope Kemba man enough to realize, like, you know what? I don't think I'm gonna be doing this too long. My knees might not carry me long. I think they are. You know he's not getting another max contract nowhere. You know what I mean. I mean what I mean by he's not getting no big payday. So them days is over. So he might just accept the role that listen. I'm going to get him where I fit in, but I'm hoping the Knicks do that for him. If somebody like the Clippers or he can go down to Miami anywhere, whatever, and just try to send him to a place that he got a chance to try to win a ring. I think just because Kemba Walker not playing good for us, he's still the cardiac Kemba. You know what I mean? He's always going to
him back to Boston for the veteran minimum.
Yeah.
That way they flipped him, got out of his 30 mil, and then got him back for 1 mil.
Yep. Hey, I think he'd be nice at, instead of having Dennis Smith Jr., send him out to Portland. Back up to Lillard. You know what I mean?
Dennis Jr. been acting crazy this year.
Yeah, he has been doing a little something down there.
Checking him out there?
Yeah, I'm still glad we got D Rose, but
yeah, definitely.
Hey, tell Portland they can have Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier for Robert Covington.
Oh yeah, they can have both them.
Look out for that Brunson kid from Dallas too, because he's clocks up on his deal. He's going to be restricted, and his father is Leon Rose's.
Rick Brunson. Yeah. Hey, do you think they're going to sign him? You think they're going to sign him?
Nah, they don't have the money.
They don't have the money, right? See, that's what I think. That's what I mean about this whole thing. I think by the trading deadline, you got to be out. You got to be careful because we might be movers and shakers, bro.
Yeah, because they had it was either him or Tim Hardaway Jr. And they paid Tim Hardaway Jr.
Yeah, but how about this? Like we said, how about we give them Kemba, which might help them in the playoffs or something. They don't lose a point guard for nothing. And we get Brunson.
Hey, I got a good trade for y'all. Y'all got to let us trade Kemba Walker for Frank Ntilikina.
I'll wait the show.
Hey, I'll wake the chat up now.
Time to end the show.
Well, what you think about this? Well, you give him, like you said, you give him Kemba, you give us Brunson, and we give you your first round pick back.
That's cool.
Hey, Tibbs probably wasn't with Frank. Otherwise, he'd be here.
Yeah, right. I just thought that as a joke. It was just a joke.
If Tom Thibodeau believed in Frank one iota, then I think Frank would be here. It only would have costed one veteran minimum, which I'm still annoyed about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
But we kept Kevin Knox.
Yeah, right.
Which ain't seen 1 minute of the season yet.
I think he gone at the trading deadline. I think Kevin gone. I think if they can move, if Fournier don't move out, if they can move him, they might try to move that money. They might try to move it. If he don't pan out, they might try to move that money back. And I know Brock Aller, that's a wheeler and dealer. He be playing chess down there. So you never know. I mean, they you just never know. I think they probably figured. That's why I think they might be hoping. Why they hope that Evan Fournier pop CT, like you said, that's only a 2-year deal, right? With a third year, or 3 with a team option or something.
It's 3. The 4th is the team option.
Right. So they were probably banking on, okay, this dude give us a good season going into next year, whatever. If it don't pan out, he had 2 years left on that deal, and they can move that contract. You know what I mean? So, because this year they got movable contracts. The way Alex Burks lighting it up, you know what I mean? Now they might be like, you know what? We might have to try to move Noel. He might not be able to stay on the floor for us this year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then we might have to see, and they might say, no, we might got to eat a couple of picks with it. Because, see, people don't realize Nerlens Noel only got a year left on that contract. Him and Burks. So I don't think he could be a Robin Lopez like he is, like they in Orlando. Like they got Robin Lopez down there that's a mentor to young boy. You can move that contract. You know what I mean? So and I just think that we gonna be surprised. Leon Rose not wrestling their laurels. They're gonna build a contender. Tibbs didn't come here to do no fucking rebuild.
No way.
Nah, brother, he ain't come here for that.
Think about all the picks we got. Like I said, we already got Grimes and McBride that don't have enough minutes to even develop. How are we going to disrupt that and bring in 3 new picks? It ain't happening. Look out for a big move. They're just using this time to evaluate what we need. And I still think they're evaluating Randall, you know.
Yeah, hey, Eric, I ain't mad at that. Wish we could get Brandon Ingram down here. See, Fournier, I give him Fournier, I give him Noel, I give him Alex Burke, I give him 3 first rounders for Brandon Ingram.
And Kevin Knox.
And
Zion's getting ready to. Zion's taking contact now.
Yeah,
So,
they might. They're gonna need to get on a run. It's gonna be interesting, man. It really is. It's gonna be a lot of. It's gonna be. I think this is gonna be one of the years you're gonna see a lot of moving and shaking at the deadline this year.
Facts.
And the reason why I say that because of the Kyrie situation. Now Brooklyn left the door open. Now, you know what I mean. They don't left the door open.
You got DeAndre Hunter. We hadn't even spoke on that. Atlanta have lost DeAndre Hunter for 4 weeks.
Yeah, 4 weeks, for a month. Yep.
Sorry, 8 weeks. Yeah.
He always hurt. I hate to say it, but he was hurt last year during the playoffs. Well, after they beat us. And then, who? And he's a good, solid player, young player, too. May play defense. And his jump shot is money. Mm-hmm.
Hey, do you think Boston going to extend Jaylen Brown to that max deal?
They got no choice.
Yeah.
They got no choice. They better.
My man,
let him hit the open market.
My man, Jason Tatum been in a slump himself.
I think they need to shake it up out there. I think Smart one too. I'll take Smart. That's what I really want.
Right. Yeah, we need a gutty, but oh man, Smart in that starting lineup with RJ in the backcourt.
That's Tibbs type player right there.
Then go get you a 3.
Oh man,
Marcus Smart and RJ and go get a 3.
Here we go dreaming again.
Yeah, I know, man.
Let me ask you a realistic question. You know, in chat, what do you think of the chances Tibbs might shorten the rotation to 9 people and just cut somebody out? Don't rule that out.
that makes sense. I can see that.
Yeah, just play more minutes. So people are screaming for Obi. People are screaming for Quickly. Maybe just cut somebody out.
Yep.
Well, who, the $19 million man or Kemba?
Kemba.
It got to be one of them too.
Kemba is the easiest.
Or the center. Who's the backup center normally? So you just play Mitch and then you play Obi at the center. And you don't play Taj anymore, or I don't know.
Hey, I'm about to say if Noel healthy, you know he's gonna play. If Mitch is healthy, he's gonna play.
I think they're gonna wanna. Listen, either you're gonna. I think one of them centers gonna get traded. Unless you're gonna extend Mitch, which I'm leaning towards, is kind of iffy right now. You know, and so if either you're gonna extend Mitch or not, then you trade him. Either you're gonna, but I don't got no problem moving Noel for this reason. Then Obi get a little bit more burn, and then you still got Taj there, but you also got Jericho Sims in the background waiting to get some burn too. Maybe he might not be ready right now, but that's why he got a 2-way contract. But let's say the trading deadline coming and Nerves Noel or somebody bring you a player that's really going to help us. And I like Noel, but I don't know if we're going to see them disappointed about this here. You don't know if you're going to rely on him. That's what's so scary about this thing. Not that I don't love Noel from a defensive player, what he do, but he's not serviceable. He's not here. And I just think him and Mitch, man, we gonna get caught our pants down with them too. That's why I keep hollering cat. That's the only reason I keep hollering cat, because we gonna get caught our pants down with one of them boy day injuries. They can't sustain like I thought they could. And I'm a Mitch man, CT. I'm a big Mitch fan. You know what I mean? I love the game Mitch played tonight. Best game of the year, and it's the first unit stunk it up. Obi Toppin, best game of the year. The first unit stunk it up. You know what I mean? Alex Burks, best game of his year. First unit stunk it up. So, it's depressing. 13 and 10, 2 blocks. And if he wouldn't have went down, he could have had maybe 13 or 15 and 12, which we've been talking about for a minute right now. And he did that against a tall, linky Mo Bamba tonight. You know what I mean?
He'll be back. I don't think any injury tonight. I think it was just precautionary.
Yeah.
Yeah, he fell on the hip, and he'll be right with 2 days break. Maybe hopefully Nerlens no L beans with 2 days break.
Yeah, he got to get back. Yeah,
That 4 was nasty. That 4 was real nasty.
There was. He wanted to come back in. That's why I was saying earlier, CT, man. I was saying I like Mitch is a warrior, man. That dude, man, he a warrior, bro. You know, and he about one of the few Knicks I see get banged up like that and want to play. He seems like he a freak for pain or something. Because he take falls and all that shit like no other dude. He be wanting to come back in, and you see him come back in there, and they pushes. He be lingering up the floor, but he be in there trying to get it though, man. And you can't help but appreciate a cat with energy though and effort. You know, who got the heart? He got heart. Mitch ain't gonna let you punk him. I done seen Mitch turn a couple of benches, the Houston bench last year, like, man, yeah, I don't want nothing. I'm like, Mitch, my bad. You don't want no boy. You don't want no, country self.
Mitch is a dog. Mitch is a dog.
He's a dog, man. Right. That's why I like Mitch. He's a dog. He might be funny on the outside, but when he on that court, he ain't having it though. I seen him a couple of times try to protect his players, man. Mitch like, nah, man, get up out of here. And that's why I say once he get that rhythm back, get that flow back, CT, he get that energy back. Tonight I seen that because even the alley oop they threw him, like, okay, Mitch starting to get that energy back. Cause that was a pretty nice oop, and he got up pretty high on that one. And he was grabbing offensive rebounds and putbacks, and I was like, okay. He gave my man Mo Bamba the body one time down low. Bamba had to back up, like, oh shit, that would do 280 this year. I was like, Mitch gave him a nice shoulder and bladed it back up. So it's good to see him getting back in rhythm. I just hope Evan Fournier and Kimmer can do something, man.
You fellas know Tibbs ain't sleeping tonight. Like, he's back at the facility. He's meeting Leon Rose. I think they're having their first serious meeting of the season right now. And they're planning the next 2 days practice. They're planning what they're going to do, planning how they're going to take this thing. And, I don't think how Tibbs can sleep after tonight. He's got to feel sick after this, If the players don't, he will.
Yep. He might say they ain't got it. He might say they ain't built for this. He can easily say that. You know what? Hey, Leon, they not built for this. Tibbs a scrapper. He's a scrapper. He's a Connecticut, New York person. That man is orange, man. He blue and orange all day.
Yep, and I could see him telling Leon low key, like, Randall ain't who we thought he was.
Not
straight like that.
Yep. Not consistent enough.
Because they get down, they've been around for forever. I mean, Leon was his agent, right?
Yep. Yeah, right. And the reason why Leon bought Tibbs there was for that reason. And I appreciate what Leon did. He said, listen, this is my first time being a president of basketball operations. I'm new to this. So I bought back Scott Perry. I bought back Thibodeau because he was the president of basketball operations. So they piggyback off each other well. You know what I mean? He know he can go to Tibbs when it comes to running an organization because Tibbs did it. You know what I mean? And so that was a comfort zone for Leon. So I agree with it. I think if Tibbs say, Leon, I think Tibbs, and I believe Leon respects Scott Perry, but I do believe that if Thibodeau tell him he need a player, and Randall, he might say, you know what, you're right, Randall is Perry's boy. Good point, be civilized. You're 100% right. That's him and Evan Fournier too. You know what I mean?
Is that you can't underestimate the fact that Leon's probably asking him what's not working, like what. What out of all the things I got you, tell me straight, like what's not working, and I can fix it.
Yep.
So, like you said, man, Tibbs has been around. He's seen a lot of things. He knows when something's not working. Yeah. And these two boys sitting down talking, they know there's a storm coming, right? This is the soft schedule. Like we're about to hit a wave head on. If we don't make some adjustment, the other losses will pile up. We don't even need to pull the schedule up. What we got coming up, we got Chicago, we got Atlanta, we got Miami coming up, we got Brooklyn coming up. Then before we know it, it'll be Thanksgiving. We'll be playing Atlanta on Christmas Day. Like Bean's point, I don't want to wait till 5 games under 500. That's going to be a hard hole to climb out of. Yeah. Especially if you've got to go out west, Divine and Beans. We haven't had a big West Coast trip yet. Yeah. If we're 5 games under and we've got to go out west, it could be a wrap. We'd be fighting for the play-in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know what I noticed too? I haven't even heard Tibbs talking about Evan Fournier. Sometimes Tibbs would say, the guy that he'd try to have rhyme or reason for them. I think he tired of that already. I don't think he maybe this year, like he said, I don't believe it take 10 games, it take 20. It take 20 games. I think Tibbs just frustrated with this shit. He like, nah, I don't want to hear that. Talking about it would take time to jail. Nah, ain't that much jail in the world.
Because he wanted Reggie Bullock, It's on record,
Reggie Bullock. I think they could have kept him, and they could have kept that. They could have brought both of them back and just got a point guard. If that was the case, if I knew he was gonna play this abysmal, you could have kept Reggie Bullock and him for the price of Fournier, $10 million apiece.
Hey, Pete D's comment, great comment, D. If benching your starters is not a sign that something's about to happen, then I don't know what is.
Yep. Yeah. Took a little bit too long to me. If it was 5, 7, 8 games, I'd have been okay. We can roll it. But now we did do 15 games, and the numbers is pathetic. I'm sorry. Let me see if and I just think that's what it did. I think them numbers is fucking abysmal with the New York Knicks. If their stats is out tonight, here I'm gonna pull up the stats.
The minus.
Yeah, it's sick. The team stats overall.
I get it. Yeah, man-child, I get it too. I didn't really like Reggie Bullock in terms of he frustrated me, and he was useless in the playoffs. All of that. I'm just seeing sort of the impact now, or the defensive impact of our new guys, and they're just not up to scratch in that area. Either that or switch up your defensive schemes to suit your personnel more. Have a bit more of a zone setup or something like that.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead. I would want to tell y'all something when you finish.
We got a 5'10" point guard with bad knees that just can't move sideways, can't get around picks. He's a turnstile, Beans. And then we got Fournier, who's not athletic at all, can't defend. We need a scheme that's going to suit them if you're going to continue with them, or it's move the lineup.
Yep.
I understand that, but what kind of scheme do you make for your backcourt not being like athletic? Like you can't really do nothing but get somebody athletic. Like I don't know what to say, because the more you don't do nothing, you still putting Mitch in them harm's way, man. You know what I'm saying? That's when the extra fouls start piling up. That's when he's getting unnecessary fouls. He's using more. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, what do you do?
Yeah. Hey, check this out. Check this out. R.J. Barrett, field goal percentage 40%, 31% from 3. Check it out. Fournier, 40% field goal percentage, 35% for 3. Who we got? Julius Randle, 41% field goal percentage, 35 from 3. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Look, Kemba Walker, 43% field goal percentage, 42 from 3, 43%. We don't have a player in our starting lineup shooting over 45% from the floor, except for Mitchell Robinson. That's probably 100. Who knows what he's doing? 81%. Our 4 main dudes, none of them shooting above average or from an offense standpoint that's in the starting unit. That's unacceptable, bro. R.J. Barrett 40%, Fournier 40%. This is the 2-point area. You know what I mean? Julius Randle 41% and Kemba Walker 43%. Now look at the second unit. Second unit field goal percentage. The ones who play. Alex Burke shooting abysmal 39%, but he's 40% from 3. Who else? Todd shooting 48%, better than the starters. And who else? Emmanuel Quickly. Look at his field goal percentage, just starting to come around. And even in the slump, 38%. It's just not good, bro. You know what I mean? Toppin shooting 56%. That's why I'm saying he should be getting more burn than a lot of them. He's shooting 56% from the field. None of our starting units shooting over 45%, not even 43 barely. That's why we stinking right now, man. Them cats ain't hitting nothing down there, bro.
Yeah, we're lucky for 2 things, fellas. We're lucky we had a soft schedule, which has allowed us to be 1 game over, and we're lucky that a lot of teams we played weren't at their best, which has allowed us to be 1 game over. We've got to take it and run with it, but make the adjustments ASAP. Because this schedule ain't going to be kind to us in the next phase. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like if we haven't learn from this sample size real quick and make the adjustment, because the sample size it's not lying. I don't think, you know, these players aren't going to suddenly become gritty or tough or defend well. They might shoot better on certain nights, but we've seen with Kemba Walker, he can put up 26 points and he's still a -3.
Damn, Julius Randle numbers go now. He only averaged 19 a game. 19.
Yeah, because he's putting up 26, but his man is putting up 30.
Right. Yeah, that's we down to 107 points a game. And the team is shooting 44% and 36 from three. 74% from the charity stripe. And all that's in the first unit. Just about majority of them numbers is from the first unit.
We haven't even dealt with no huge injury, like long-term injury with someone like D Rose or any, you know, if that happens, we're screwed, basically, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So start blooding these young fellas right now. I think give them some rust, you know, get that rust off. Like tonight, one positive was Deuce McBride. You know, I can't wait to actually peep those highlights, fellas.
Yeah.
Word.
What's your outtake on now that we done seen these 15 games, and I know obviously we all feeling some type of way compared to what we was feeling at the beginning of the year. Did your expectations change yet?
I mean,
I ain't gonna lie, man. I put a couple dollars on the over. I'm kind of, I don't know, man. I put a couple dollars on that over, man. Over 42, man. So I ain't gonna front. I'm kind of shaking in my boots right now because knowing us, we'll just get 40 on the dot or something like that. Like,
nah, we good. I'm not feeling too down to that, Divine. I think I just feel like the squad we're watching is not going to be the rotation. It's not going to be the squad to end the season. Like these guys are invested heavily. They're going to be aggressive. Trust me. I'm just glad we're one game over still, and we got time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I put us at 47. If I had to redo it, I'd probably put it a couple games below, just from what I'm seeing. But I'm not going drastically below. But yeah, I don't think we'll be the third seed no more. I think I've seen that's going to be tough. I just take a top 6 playoff spot at this spot, and then hope we get a nice matchup. Hope we're clicking. We're gelling at the right point of the season, and we catch a few bodies, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, I'm low key looking forward to that Miami and Atlanta matchup. So I hope that we can get up and you know, not get punked.
Yeah, mine changed not too much, but it's getting alarming from what I'm seeing with the starting unit. I could really say that. I could say, but one for the starting unit, the way they playing, I probably say, okay, just a mini little thing, just a slump, or with just a little something we going through. But I just never seen it at this level where the chemistry get thrown off this bad. You know, and I thought one of the things I thought that we had coming out of the training camp was continuity. I thought we was good in that spot. I'm like, I know we got 2 new players, but everybody else was there. You know what I mean? And I was kind of optimistic about the continuity of this team, but now, man, the way they playing basketball, it don't look good at all in that first unit. It just don't look good. So, you know, I'm gonna wait to 20 games, man. I really am. I'm gonna see what we do at 20. We are 15 now, so I'm gonna see what the next 5 games bring. Then I'm gonna make my assessment. Then I'm gonna give them a quarter of the season, and I'm gonna make my assessment on what this team I think they're gonna do. You know what I mean? Because even in 20 games, we wind up being 10-10, and we done played some like in the next. We got Chicago and all them guys coming up. I really want to see what these 5 next games gonna be like. You know, what we gonna do with these 5 games. And where we end up, or what side we end up on, and then you know, and because if we go down there and LA come and beat us, Phoenix come and beat us, we lose Chicago, then we all gonna be nervous.
Man, like Bean said, let Houston beat us. You know, the knives are going to be out.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, I'm nervous now, D. You talk about I'm nervous now.
You got a point, bro. Because it's man, that's what this loss did to me tonight. I wouldn't even been nervous after tonight if we would have won that game. I was like, all right, you know what? We good. But just to lose that game tonight, man. Oh man, that was heartbreaking. That was like losing a playoff game to me. Because that could have put us in certain. That was like losing game 1 against the Hawks.
you basically just got to forget about tonight and just
Yep.
just move on from the rest. But yeah, make the adjustment because the starting lineup just didn't come out. They don't have no chemistry whatsoever.
None.
Really. And RJ too. He has to step his game up because, like last season, we go as far as what Randall can do, and then how good RJ is on that particular night because Fournier and Kemba, only God knows, what they're going to give us on a nightly basis. So it's either Randall, he has to be clicking, and RJ has to have a great game, and then we have a chance to win. Right now we need a bona fide number one still. I think Randall's the number two, and we need RJ to continue to grow, but hopefully at a quicker pace. And we need a floor general point guard. But yeah, I'd love to see Alec Burks and quickly in the starting lineup. That's my first change. If I'm coaching this team, I see what that looks like. Because go ahead.
No, I was just looking at the thing. I was looking at the thing over here real quick. Check it out. Pacers lost to the Pistons. Hawks beat the Celtics. The Blazers beat the Bulls. Hornets beat the Wizards. Nets beat the Cavaliers. And we did not pick up a game tonight on all the people. That's why I'm mad tonight, bro. And I made that an emphasis tonight. We would have won tonight. I tell you right now, we probably would have been. We'd have been fifth in the conference. We would have won tonight. We'd have been 9-6. We'd have been fifth behind Heat, Bulls, Nets, and Wizards. And they all got 5 games winning. That's why that game I was upset tonight, man. Because I should have won that game. It would have been 9-6, and you would have been fifth in the East, 1 game in front of everybody else, and 1 game behind the Heat and the Bulls. And the Wizards lost tonight. So
missed opportunity, man.
Yeah, it was. That's what made the game. That's why I'm more disappointed tonight. Not because we're gonna lose games, man. And I get it. But man, this is not the Lakers, God. This is not Phoenix Suns. This is not Chicago Bulls. This is the Orlando Magic. They are the bottom team in the East. They've been playing abysmal, and they come in Madison Square Garden to do that. That tells me that team need to get shooken up.
They're going places though. Like
they are.
I know their record stinks, but if you got Suggs, Cole Anthony, and then Gary Harris. Sometimes in the NBA, if your backcourt's better, you win the night, you win the game. And our backcourt's looking like hot mess right now.
Hey, send Fournier back down to Orlando for Jonathan Isaac and Markel Fultz. Fuck it, whatever.
And they both hurt. I take them right now.
Yeah, Jonathan Isaac down here. Go get Jonathan Isaac, man. Whatever. But that just go to show. That's why the game was disappointing. That's what I'm trying to say, man. We could have actually gained the lead. We could have moved up 2 spots in the East and been up a game on a lot of people.
Let me ask you both.
Yeah, guys.
What we've seen so far, are you confident in RJ being more a long-term shooting guard or a long-term at the 3? Based on what we've seen.
I like him at the 2. He could hold down some threes though because of his athleticism if they're not too big. But if they like 6'8", 6'9", he's gonna have problems because they're gonna little man him. But I like him at the 2. But for now, I'd rather have him at the 3 than Fournier.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with you. I just don't know if RJ's the prototypical shooting guard I'd like, on a winning team. I just that he hasn't proven that he can be a consistent shooter, Divine, yet.
RJ made me think of a young, from a shooting standpoint, LeBron James.
A young shooter, LeBron.
Yeah, LeBron wasn't a great shooter. He's facilitating it, getting to the hole. He's strong to go down, dunk on you, or go down the lane and whatever. He was never a great 3-point shooter. You know what I mean? He wasn't really never a shooter, period. I mean, he got better as the years went on.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And that's what RJ sometimes I think of. Like, he don't got a good shooting game, but he can hit him when he, occasionally. But but he got that big body and he played downhill. And like he did that tonight a couple times. He was going downhill. I was happy to see that. Though he shot bad, he did go downhill a lot.
That's why I like him against the 2s.
Yeah, exactly. I say him at the 2, slide Randall at the 3, and put Obi Toppin in for now. That's the easiest way to fix this thing. Bench Fournier, slide RJ to the 2, slide Randall to the 3, and play Obi Toppin. easiest way to resolve that thing. Because, like I said, and obviously Kemba Walker. Because if you could slide that the case, slide quickly over to the one and let Kemba Walker become situational, and then let Deuce get the backup too. I mean, not Deuce. I meant to say Grimes. You know what I mean? You get more athletic, more speed. So you let Grimes be the two. You know what I mean? And you just got to deal with the other stuff the way you deal with it. But I know it's hard because you got Alex Burks out there. So it's gonna be tough, man. But oh my God, bro, it's gonna be tough, and we got to get it figured out because it ain't working right now. We lose that game. I'm gonna tell y'all something now. 5 o'clock Saturday, we lose this game. The streets gonna really be buzzing.
What does hurt though, Divine being? I just don't know if I feel confident against any team now. Like the confidence I had going into any matchup is just not there anymore.
Not there.
I don't know who's going to produce Beans. I don't know who's going to look like.
It's crazy, man. It's more of a watch and see. Like,
yeah.
It's crazy that we even saying that, but it is what it is. Like, until we get better, until Tibbs pull the chain and make something happen and do a switch, this is what we're gonna go through.
Yeah, I think I'm about to say my girls. I know a change is gonna come. And I know a change gonna come. I think it's coming, bro. They gonna do something up there. They can't do this. They ain't no way in the world they can do this because they can't wait. Right now, we number 7 at 8-7. If we go to 8-8, and this, like I said, these next 2 games, we got a lot of teams playing each other. They're gonna be knocking each other off. See, the Knicks catching a break too, guys, because a lot of them teams beating each other up. They catching a break right now. So that's what I'm mad about, man. Imagine if we was popping, we would be right there. We would be up there with the Wizards and the Nets. If we would have lost, we wouldn't have lost tonight, and we would have lost the game. The last one we lost, we'd be sitting there like what, 10-4. I mean 10-5, 10-5. We'd be third, tied with the Bulls.
Yep.
So that's what's so disappointing.
Fellas, look, teams in the East are coming. Like, it won't be a year or two before these rebuilding teams like Orlando look better than us. Sometimes the players we think we have, maybe they're not all that. Yep. You know, maybe we're overrated some fellas. You know, and we will know this by the end of the season. You know, my patience is wearing thin because I want to see a winner. You know, I'm not rebuilding and investing around players that can't get it done. Like if in 1 year's time Orlando are suddenly better than us, you know that's what happens when you accumulate young talent quickly and they all develop. You can level up in this league pretty quick, and you can fall down pretty quick.
You know what? Prime example. I'm gonna tell you a team to watch out for in the future: the Detroit Pistons. Watch them, boys. Now, Dwayne Casey, everybody thought they were stupid when they did that stuff they did. Them cats that pulled out Cade Cunningham gonna be good. Sadiq Bey gonna be good. Isaiah Stewart gonna be good. You know what I mean? They got some talent down there, and and it's coming down the pipeline. They got picks. They still got Jeremy Grant. That's a deal that if they gonna rebuild down there. But Jeremy Grant wanted to be the man down there, but they don't win a game. They 4 wins. They gonna win a couple of games. They beat somebody tonight. They beat pretty decent, I think, all the other night. So, they won tonight. You know what I mean? They beat a good team tonight, man. I think right, yep. So they beat the Pacers They beat the Pacers tonight by 9, 8 or 9. Yep. So they gonna be on the come up, man. I think the Knicks got to make that move. I think now the good time to really try to see what them young boys can give you before the trading deadline. And that way, you know what? They can help us so we can get rid of these guys we're talking about. Because if Kemba Walker ain't going to pan out, trade him. If you could move Fournier, and if he ain't going to pan out, trade him. It's all right to eat crow. Knicks organization need to eat crow and move on and get what you can for him, but get something good. You know what I mean? But if they ain't gonna work out, move them. This ain't no time we talking about we're gonna let this thing go through the whole year. Then we nah. We talk about the Knicks going to the playoffs out there. You can't go to the first round of the playoffs and then the next year you don't make the playoffs.
Oh, that'd be bad.
That's
That'd
what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. So they got to either think this thing gonna work out or they gonna will and deal. There's no way all this momentum this organization got. Ain't been in the playoffs in 8 years. We go fourth seed to 41-31. Then the next year you lay an egg and you don't make the playoffs.
That's what happens when you build around the wrong people, fellas. Like Sacramento, we just talked about them. They thought they had something special, with Fox and Bagley and all that. They're already on to the next generation with Davion and Halliburton now.
Yep.
Fox got paid $218 million the bag and never delivered. So that's why it's a league where what have you done for me lately? Because other teams are coming up. There's 30 teams. This is the hardest league in the world to win in. I don't even think the LA Lakers are going to do as well as people think they are. They're relying on a 38-year-old Carmelo.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, man. They got a good team. I think they'd be there in the end. I don't know how far they'd go. I think right now, if Klay Thompson come back, y'all might as well call it a wrap to me. That the way they played, the way they beat Brooklyn down last night, I watched that whole game, man. Listen, Steph Curry is that's MVP right now. Ain't nobody fucking with him MVP wise. You know what? That Kyrie situation, man. That was a bad look on Kyrie with the way they did James Harden. I mean, not the way they did James Harden on KD. KD came to the Nets because of Kyrie Irving. You know what I mean? That boy was coming to the Mecca. And a matter of fact, let them not ball out this year. James Harden leaving. They ain't gonna re-sign Kyrie Irving and KD coming to the Knicks.
That's what's crazy though, because KD, I don't know what he already signed the extension.
That's all right. You can get traded with extension.
4 years. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
but I think Harden is out of there, and they definitely ain't gonna re-sign Kyrie.
Nah,
and you know what's crazy? I think Kyrie about to get blackballed. I don't think nobody gonna sign him.
He's so talented. Some team gonna take. I think. I don't think they're gonna give him a max. I think like Stephen A. Smith said, I probably would give him a year contract at a time because he done screwed the Nets for $158 million. Think about the first year he got there. He played 20 games. 20 games. That's the year that KD didn't play.
Yeah.
And then last year he didn't play that many games. He played. He was out because he didn't play in the playoffs. With KD against Milwaukee and all them, he didn't play then, and now he's not playing now. That man done fleeced that organization for almost $158 million or whatever they gave him. You know what I mean? He fleeced the crap out them dudes. You know what I mean? That what he's doing ridiculous. It's crazy. Everybody got a choice, right? That's true. That don't mean you're making the right choice, but you do got a choice. That don't mean you're making the right one. I mean, KD got to be feeling like, man, I came here to ball with you. You told me don't go to the Knicks. You told me let's go to Brooklyn and build our own thing. KD did that. He banked on that to me. And Kyrie ain't even left that boy out there on the island with James Harden by himself with a bunch of other old role players. Yeah,
things about to get crazy, right? Because Ben Simmons hasn't even been traded.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's why I'm pissed at our team, CT. The way these teams, the Ben Simmons not playing, Kyrie not playing, you don't know what's gonna happen. Somebody might go down with an injury. We might would have had a run like the Atlanta Hawks last year. I don't care what nobody say. That Atlanta Hawks team wasn't that much better than us. Trae Young and a bunch of secondary players, John Collins and Kevin Huerter. They wasn't that. I mean, don't get me wrong. My man Clint Capella's Clint Capella, but he ain't no superstar. And they got to the Eastern Conference Finals with that shit. You know what I mean? I'm like, come on. So the Knicks know they just got to wheel and deal and get the right player in here, man. Because we should have been able to do that. We should have been able to do that this year. Go catch a break here and there. They caught a break. You know what I mean? Ben Simmons acted up in the playoff. They beat Philly. They caught us out there. They caught our players not ready. They beat us. They caught Philly players out there and they kind of beat them. Then obviously when they went up against they couldn't handle that. Milwaukee done gave it to them. But they was there though. And I just think that we could have did the same thing this year. I was like, the Knicks can mess around because it happens. It's the association. People go down. People get hurt. And not that we banking on people getting hurt, but that's just the way it happens. Things happen that way. And you catch a break. You might catch lightning in a bottle. And next thing you know, that's that year when look at Jimmy Butler and then when they went in the bubble. Them cats went in the bubble and went to the finals, bro. That team wasn't that good.
Suns.
Yeah.
I think
You
the
got the
Suns
Lakers.
this could be their year because they're on a 9-10 game streak
Mm.
right now with Chris Paul.
Yeah.
You know.
And they coming to the Garden Wednesday or something like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they did. We got Phoenix and the Lakers. Chicago, Phoenix, and the Lakers. I meant to say at the Houston.
Let's just see. Let's see what these masterminds come up with. Like we said, they're meeting. There'll be a lot of swirling buzz the next couple of days. The chat's been on fire. The chat's keeping us buzzing. Hey, this panel, Divine, Baked Beans, appreciate you.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
get
Yes,
ready to
sir.
wrap up. Yeah, give us your thoughts, Beans, as we close up.
All right, y'all. My thoughts is I want to see the Knicks get this next win. I'm going game by game. I'm not doing no more predictions. I'm going game by game. I want to see us beat the Houston Rockets. I want to see effort. We're going to be at home once again. We know what's coming up after Houston. I think hopefully Tibbs make a change by the time this next game. I want to see IQ starting, man. I'm ready for that. And I want to see Randall step his game up. And I just want us to win, man. Whatever it takes for us to win, that's what I'm with, man. Yo, shout out to my man CT. Shout out to my man Devon. Streets is buzzing, New York. Knicks Real Talk. We in the building.
Right.
Y'all gentlemen have a great night. And I see y'all whenever we are back on. I'm in the building. Holla at me.
Salute, man. We appreciate you, brother. You already know. B&B in the building. For me, CT, we just got to get back at it, man. We just got to find a way to win a game, get back at it. I guess we're playing 400 basketball right now. You know what I mean? It's win, lose one, lose one, I guess. But I would love to see us win this game. Like you're right, Eric. Absolutely. I'd like to see us win this game, get used to it, because we do got a tough schedule coming up, like Eric said. And we just got to find a way to rectify this thing. CT, I don't know what it's going to take, but I do think we need to start by maybe shuffling the lineup to take one step at a time. Maybe we need to shuffle the lineup. Let that be the first thing that happen, just to see what it's going to do. You know what I mean, and make that the first option. And I know it's a lot of pride going on there, and I know that the Knicks pay these guys a lot of money, and there's going to be some ego tripping. But you know what? You're going to have to. Some of these guys might need to take one for the team. Fournier and Kemba Walker, they might need to take one for the team. Knox did it all last year. Frank did it all last year. Everybody did it. And Todd do it. Todd do it. You know what I mean? Them guys might need to take one for the team for a minute, just till we get this thing back on a winning course, and then maybe we can see how they progress, because it might work out better for the team. It might move them to the bench, might make the team better. So it is a team thing. I think we need to sacrifice for the team. Let's hope we can go in the world most famous arena 5:00 on Saturday, man. And try to get this win against Houston. We need that one. And D cool. I agree with you. If we lose against Houston, heads need to roll. CT, if we come out flat and lose to Houston,
oh man, I'm not even prepared to think about that yet. Bean said, we have to be taking game at a time, not undervaluing any team, because that's been our issue, right? We think we're better than what we've been, and you got to respect your opponent first. That's why we're losing some of these home games. I feel we play tougher and harder on the road because we go out there with an underdog mentality. At home, we think we're going to coast to a win. We come out slow.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
With that said, it's been a great show. Didn't expect we'd go this long, but
right.
Salute to Manchild, like he says, talking about it helps us, relieve some of this tension. And I'm looking for this team to still bounce back. It's early days, a lot of moves to be made, a lot of shows to chop up. I appreciate everyone. The chat's been on fire. Divine, Beans, Jarvis, everyone coming through. Rock with us all season long on Knicks Real Talk. The streets are buzzing. Keep an eye out for the real buzz. We drop these videos between the game days. We talk about it. We break things down. We've got we're just basically in the first quarter of the season. It's a long, long way to go. I think this team's still going to do big things this season. We just don't know how it's going to unfold. That's the beauty of sports. Let's keep it rolling. Let's keep the streets buzzing. Appreciate you all. See you on the next one.
Thanks.